Welcome to the Uganda Bankers Association Women Economic Empowerment Initiative. Please take your seats. Welcome to the Uganda Bankers Association Women Economic Empowerment Initiative. Please take your seats.
more impact are the women and youth.
If you look at the 4 pillars that this initiative is anchored on, we talk about leadership and empowerment, reward and recognition, access and inclusion, and partnerships and collaboration.
A lot of your progression has come from the relationships, and Chair Sarah spoke about it. This is where now you need coaches, mentors, and sponsors. Coaches don't necessarily have to have the experience of whatever you're dealing with. They just help you facilitate conversation for you to inwardly resolve your challenges.
My question to the leaders here is authenticity versus politically being correct. I would like you to speak about it, especially for us women. You know, women are naturally empathetic beings, so they would always come off honestly.
Along the way, I learned that it's all about stakeholder management. And when I learned that, it changed my whole perspective around it. Be you, say what you have to say, know the people that you're working with, know how you're passing on this information, but make sure that you pass it on without losing yourself in the whole process. Who is your faith company? Who is your tribe? Which people do you turn to when the going gets tough? Where do you draw your experience? Where do you draw your encouragement? That was also very key. So as you can see, there was so much to take away from, and it was not just me that spoke. There were lots of ladies with experience. We will pick up on some of those identified leaders to mentor and coach those that we have identified as needing to aspire in the leadership journey. So close mentorship and pairing of those young aspiring leaders to the respective coaches and mentors will help us get these young ladies aspire to the top offices through listening to the experiences that their mentors have gone through.
I think what makes transitioning easier is having the ability in terms of skills and experience, and the bigger one is to have a learning kind of attitude or outlook.
But I quite like this very intimate space where women within the sector, female lady women bankers within the sector are coming together to share stories about managing and getting on with life successfully, at the same time, carrying on with all the other aspects of life.
I was a banker for about 20 years. I worked in 4 financial institutions. And my banking career came to an end. Now, when you get into self-employment, you have to unlearn a lot of what you thought was and learn new things. However, that experience is what builds you for this one. So they are not lessons lost. They are not experiences lost.
Women, we need to step up. Let us not be fearful. Yeah? Let us not be fearful. Take on the challenge, whatever it is. Like you said, go read about it. Talk to people about it. Have a sisterhood who will encourage you, but also do a good job.
Ladies, we need to brand ourselves beyond the institution that you're working for.
With the impact we talked about, when there's a meeting, you need to come with something. You're not going to get in at 8 or a meeting at 8 and expect to have impact.
And trust, be reliable, and also if you're given a task, attempt it.
I think one thing is clear. This is a space that was not there. Opportunity for us to just share.
Mentorship has been an ongoing thing, but then it's never been as specific as maybe women in the banking sector. So there's just been women mentorship or just mentorship generally. So for it to be as specific as women in the financial sector, I think is a really good thing. I have been so blessed to learn from this entire program and just to hear from the ladies and to know that some of the values that they hold dear are things that I am holding dear to.
I wish to encourage us to embrace this opportunity and walk this journey with the industry as we aim to profile, celebrate the work of outstanding women who have made significant contributions in and to the industry over the years and continue to do so today. Collectively, we can increase women participation in leadership and decision making at all levels, and ultimately, the growth of women entrepreneurs' participation in equal opportunities for the socio-economic transformation of our economy.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Karibu or karibuni, I think my Swahili gets a bit caught out from time to time. My name is David Bikado Ofungi. I work with a company called the Mukutano Company that has been afforded the pleasure and privilege to collaborate with the Uganda Bankers Association on not just curating this forum, but putting together the elements of the initiative for which there is very specific action and impact elements embedded over the long term. Now, I'm not here to tick a box. If you notice from the video, we were, I think that video is from April when we met for one of the breakfasts at a hotel, another hotel, and there was not enough representation of men. So I'll just start by applauding the men who have made the effort to come here. You can stand up, just be counted. I see Mark there, a couple of gentlemen that I know, Mr. Moyo. Karibu, we need to recruit you as a rank and file for this most important of initiative that speaks to half of our talent, if not the better half of our talent, that progresses not just advances in finance, but in our economy and society at large. This is a slight amendment to the program. I thought I'd just come up and give context. There'll be deeper dives, certainly provided by our Chair Emeritus of the Uganda Bankers Association, Sarah, who's really been driving this. Sarah, we look forward to your remarks, and certainly the navigator, Patricia Amito, also from the Bankers Association, who I believe will convey a message from the executive director at some point. This is a conversation, but it's not static in the sense that what we do is make sure that the ledger that is agreed upon is progressed in a meaningful way. We extend the partnerships, we extend the message, we make sure that across the spectrum of talent, male, female, national, regional, global, we are making sure that we push this agenda. So there will be conversations, debate, networking. This is one of many. I'd just like to end by thanking our partners, sponsors, Visa. We have colleagues from Visa who have come all the way from Rwanda and Nairobi. Karibu, you can stay for a little bit longer. We have USAID, USAID. Thank you so much for your partnership. And it's a pleasure to have Danielle Ndiratituye here, who will be our keynote. And we have an interesting partnership with the NSSF High Innovator Program that is progressing early stage entrepreneurs in business with finance packages at PowerPoint. So the entire spectrum of finance is represented. Thank you, NSSF, for your partnership. And then there's tangible partnerships and contributions that will come from the speaker rank and file here. I'll save that for the session chairs to introduce the speakers, but we do appreciate your participation. So that's it for me. Karibu. I will get off the floor. I'll come back when I'm chairing my session. Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Sarah Arapta, CEO Citibank Uganda Limited. She will be delivering the opening remarks. Welcome, Ms. Sarah Arapta, CEO Citibank Uganda Limited. She will be delivering the opening remarks.
Love the technology. Good morning, everyone. I'm here representing Uganda Bankers Association. The chair was unable to be here, but this is a very dear initiative to me, so very proud to have stepped in on behalf of Uganda Bankers Association Chairperson, Julius Kaketo. Ms. Daniel Nyirandute, the Mission Director of USAID and the team from USAID Uganda, representatives from Visa, invited guests from MDAs and the private sector institutions, members of the business community present here, member CEOs, your teams present, members of the diplomatic community and development partners here, members of the Fourth Estate, distinguished invited guests, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. A good morning to all of you. I'll go right into the speech. A very warm welcome once again on behalf of the Uganda Bankers Association. We are honored to host you at this second Women Economic Empowerment Forum under the theme Accelerating Female Leadership for Gender Inclusive Financial Services. I thank you all for choosing to give our invitation priority in a heavily laden and day filled with traffic today. In terms of a background to this initiative, our national demographic composition indicates that women make up to 51% of the population, and more specifically, women under 35 years of age are approximately just about 18 million of the 45 million people. Women, however, face various social and economic barriers that impact their usage of banking and financial services, including limited access to education, training, limited digital literacy, social cultural rigidities, ownership constraints around collateral, or even control of their own businesses. Further, the women in banking and financial sector face challenges that can slow the advancing of their careers, professional growth, due to various other limitations, demands, and barriers imposed by our societies. The banking sector in particular employs over 19,500 staff, 52 of whom are female. This is a really wonderful statistic in my view. Despite this proportion of presence in the workforce, women remain underrepresented in the senior promotions, with just over 20% at CE level and 31% at the management or exco level. I talk about it as a pyramid and say, foundationally, we're all very well grounded with our professions and strong educational backgrounds. But how do we address those societal norms that limit our progression towards the top of that pyramid? I think from our foundation and the initiative that we thought about here, we really want to address those societal norms that will allow us even up and ensure that we don't just remain sharp at the pyramid, but try and even that up, leveraging off the strong educational and professional backgrounds that women in Uganda have. So overcoming these barriers is critical, not only for opening up opportunities for women in either the above categories, but it also contributes to addressing the broader development goals of gender equality and or equity, inclusivity, poverty eradication, improved livelihoods, which sets the stage for economic growth and a transformation. As a sector, we are increasingly investing in partnerships and collaborations to contribute towards bridging the gender gap in financial literacy, access to finance, and empowerment of women at the decision-making stages. In October 2023, we launched the Women Economic Empowerment Initiative as one of the key pillars of the ESG strategy in this industry, to serve as a focal point for addressing the myriad of issues that hinder the progress of women in banking, financial sector, as well as those who venture into entrepreneurship. The Women Economic Empowerment Initiative directly speaks to the S in the social element in the ESG agenda and is well grounded in the 4 key pillars of 1, leadership and empowerment, recognition and reward, access and inclusivity in finance, and the partnerships and collaborations. Our Women Economic Empowerment Initiative includes the following key activities: facilitating networking and partnership opportunities that support women advancement and advocacy for policies and practices that enhance women's participation in leadership in a banking and wider financial services. Number 2, fostering research and innovation in gender-inclusive financial services and products. 3, strengthening of the technical capacity of the UBA members through promoting best practices in gender equality and inclusion. And lastly, increasing women-inclusive product offerings by supervised financial institutions and the usage of the formal financial services among women entrepreneurs. The key recommendations that came out of the first forum in October 2023 included developing women-tailored financial services and products, 2, advocating for enactment of gender equality policies within the workplace, 3, raising awareness of gender disparities and holding businesses accountable for gender disparity, 4, providing knowledge and other educational opportunities to overcome gender stereotypes. That's the key focus on our initiative, and we hope that some of the coaching and mentorship programs that we have launched will go towards ensuring that we achieve this particular activity. The key objective of the second Women Economic Empowerment Forum being held today include 1, reflection. We want to take stock of the progress since the last forum, and Patricia, I'm really keen to hear how much we have achieved since the last forum. We want to talk about new developments and the trends since then. The second objective of today's forum is empowerment, facilitating knowledge sharing and capacity building among participants and promoting gender-inclusive leadership in financial and banking services. Acceleration is the other key objective today, and this will enable us promote the adoption of strategies, practices by the sector to accelerate economic empowerment of women. We therefore look forward to a content-rich deliberation this morning that will help the sector better contribute towards not only increasing the proportion of women in senior leadership positions in banking and the financial sector, but also importantly, increasing the proportion of women undertaking income-generating activities, furthering their access to more productive assets and wealth creation. I call upon you all to give your best thoughts. I see the lineup of speakers, of distinguished ladies in their respective careers. So it's an exciting morning, and I call upon you all to give your best thoughts and contribution during the session. But before I conclude my remarks, I once again would like to convey my gratitude to all the partners, resource persons, distinguished speakers, going to discuss the detail and share your respective knowledge and experiences, to our co-hosts and sponsors, as already detailed, to our special guest, Mission Director, Daniela. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation to deliver this keynote address. And to all of you distinguished guests and the various teams that have been working hard to put this together. Thank you, Patricia and the Secretariat. Thank you for keeping this alive. We look forward to seeing the impact of this initiative on the sector. Thank you once again for listening. On behalf of Julius Kaketo, Chairperson UBA. Thank you.
Up next is the first panel session, Developing Women in Banking and Finance, a Catalyst for Economic Growth. This panel session will be moderated by David Ofunji. curator of the Mkutano. Up next is the first.
Sorry, I'm not speaking yet. I'm just managing, picking phones. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think before the panel, maybe I could use this opportunity. Before we have the first panel, we have our anchor sponsor who have walked with us this journey from the time we launched in 2023. And that's none other than Visa. And we are happy to have Ms. Salma speak to us this morning as our key partner here. Thank you again for believing in this initiative and working with us. Welcome, Ms. Salma Ngabire.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to recognize some of my colleagues who have come here today all the way from Dubai, and they are men from Visa. Thank you very much. Ms. Danielle Nyirandutiye, Mission Director for USAID Uganda, Uganda Bankers Association Leadership Team, invited guests, members of the press, all protocols observed, a very good morning. I'm very happy to be here today to discuss a topic that is not only close to my heart, but it's also crucial to the future of the financial services industry. Accelerating female leadership for gender-inclusive financial services. How powerful is that? I want to commend Uganda Bankers Association, our conveners, for gathering for the second Women Economic Empowerment Initiative Forum today. The last year it was a success, and obviously we have more men in the room, we have more distinguished women, very powerful women in this room. Congratulations, Uganda Bankers Association. As Visa, we are proud to be one of the main sponsors and partners for this initiative. And as we gather here, we recognize the importance of fostering environment where women can thrive and lead, driving innovation and growth in our industry. In the fast-changing financial sector, the significance of including individuals from both genders is immense. Diverse teams bring wealth of perspectives, experiences, ideas, which are crucial for driving innovation and addressing the complex challenges faced by the industry. How has Visa done or worked in this space? We have a few initiatives we'd like to share with you today that Visa has been championing in this women gender equality space. Our efforts are multifaceted, focusing on creating opportunities, providing support, and advocating for systemic change. Some of the initiatives have been, Visa has been actively working to eliminate barriers to capital for women entrepreneurs, and this is through the Visa Foundation. And we, as part of those initiatives, we have launched an initiative called the Rev Up Women Program, which supports women at early stage of their startups in Africa. And this program provides funding, mentorship, and resources to help women entrepreneurs scale their businesses and create sustainable economic activity. Additionally, the Grâce Machel Trust Face Starters initiative, supported again by the Visa Foundation, aims to reach hundreds of businesses women-led, small to medium-sized in Uganda, Kenya, and South Africa, further promoting women's economic empowerment. We also have our very favorite She's Next initiative, which is a global advocacy program designed to support women-owned small businesses through funding, training, and mentorship. What more can be done at the industry level? And this is our homework. Everyone who is here, male or female, is something we need to take back as a homework. While all these initiatives were impactful, we still have a long way to go. And I believe there is, a need to focus on building robust mentorship and sponsorship programs to nurture female talent. Ms. Sarah spoke about it. We really need to be the champions in creating this program. And not only women, we've actually realized that men are effective feminists, if you want to call it so, and this is when they want to. Something else we need to do is, in many organizations today, we have not achieved a proper inclusive workplace culture, which is crucial to attracting and retaining female talent. That's really a homework to all of us here, especially in the corporate and the financial services industry. We also need to invest in leadership development programs, specifically tailored for women. And most importantly, raising awareness about the importance of gender equality for systemic change, which is also essential. Let's not keep quiet. Let's be vocal about any initiative that is advancing women in the financial services industry, their well-being, and in becoming the leaders of tomorrow. And basically, in my 15 years of career, I have seen men excelling at this when they want to become the advocates for women leadership, gender equality, basically is received even better. So really thank you for the men who are present here in the room. We count on you to become our advocates. We count on you to go up there and raise awareness about gender equality. And as I am concluding, I just want us to remember what Margaret Thatcher said. She said, if you want something said, give it to a man. If you want something done, give it to a woman. Thank you for your attention.
Up next is the first panel session, Developing Women in Banking and Finance, a Catalyst for Economic Growth. This panel session will be moderated by David Ofunji, curator of the Mkutano. Up next.
Thank you. I think we'll get straight into it, so allow me to invite my distinguished panel, starting with Olive Lumonia. Please give a hand clap. She, as you will establish, is a senior executive at the Civil Aviation Authority, but also doubles as a chair of FINCA. So for purposes of her aviation role, I'll invoke free seating on this airline. You can sit wherever. It's no thrills. My dear friend Anne Juko, who has a regional treasury role with Standard Bank Group. You will know Anne as having been the previous CEO of Stanbic Bank Uganda. Thank you. Welcome, Anne. From the European Union, we have Ms. Sane, who's, there's a long title associated with her name. She'll clarify it, but she's essentially the private sector resource. And then, last but not least, is allow me to call him Mr. Moyo. He's the CEO of BRAC Uganda. So sufficiently balanced, my panel is. So I'll take a seat. I'll sit at the far end. Okay. There's a lot to latch on to, ladies and gentlemen, from the content that was generated last year. Sarah did make reference to the fact that we need to have an update on what has ensued as it relates to the Action Ledger. We've had some interesting nuggets from Visa. And we have to just complement that with the thinking, the strategies of the esteemed panelists here who are on the front line of progressing this initiative. And if I may, I'll just start perhaps with Olive, who wears multiple hats, but if we talk leadership in its entirety, she's one of those folks who have broken the glass ceiling, if I may say so. She gravitates to industries that are typically male-dominated, aviation, as like Sarah said, banking as well. So I think there's a lot we can learn from her experience as a professional. It's in its entirety, Olive. So I guess the question to you is perhaps share a little bit about your journey and how, as you've done this, you have navigated what I would imagine is a bit of a treacherous terrain, but stood your ground and reached the heights that you've had, first certainly in your aviation hat, but also what you do in the banking space, Olive.
Wow, that's a loaded question, but I guess I can try. First of all, thank you for inviting me here today to be able to join this panel and also to be able to speak to you, both men and women in this room. Briefly on my journey, I think I could say, I'll give you the epitome or the highlight. Last month, I was given a Global Women Leadership Award in New York on the sidelines of the UN. So for me, that was the first step to recount my whole journey. So my journey, I'll speak to you briefly, and we can do that for the girls who are not here, the young girls. We can start the leadership journey from an early stage of life. And from my journey, I think I was active in the student politics, monitor, chairperson of Africa Hall. When they say there is a Commonwealth Youth Program Africa Region, I became the chairperson Africa Region Program for Youth when I was 24. So when I come in 25, I joined also the Uganda National Students Association as vice chair for Uganda. Thereafter, I was nominated to represent the young women in Uganda to the famous World Women's Conference in Beijing, the global conference. And I was able to stand in this group and speak. So my thinking is we have to start building the leadership from the lower levels. And many of you are mothers and fathers in this room. When the child wants to be a monitor, one will get others to keep quiet, allow them to, and encourage them to do that. What it does, it teaches you the nuggets of leadership. You'll even know all the other facts, accountability, if somebody is telling a lie, how to manage people who are fighting in class. Now, those seem to be ignored, and many times we don't think they are critical, but they are actually critical in building the base for leadership. You gain your confidence, you can speak to any audience, and once you have the confidence, I can tell you as a lady, you're going out there to win. The other one, which I can share, is balancing work and life and books. And I've had that question many times. We need to move away from the sympathy of ourselves as ladies and take on certain activities full. And I'm going to give you an example. Many times around 5 p.m. when I was about 30 years, a CEO will come into your room and says, I want somebody to represent on a function. And everyone is running out to pick children from school. No, I have to pick my daughter, I have to pick my family, I have to pick my... So at that time, you're losing the opportunities. How do you balance the opportunities of building your career with your family? And I'll give you my example. I still worked with NSSF, and the MD walked around the corridor looking for somebody to represent them in a meeting in Africana. I rang my sister, and I said, you know what? Pick my daughter from school, daffodils. I need to go to this conference. And in that conference, I spoke the way you all speak. 2 weeks later, I was contacted and asked whether I can join a board at that age. We all knew that to join a board, you must be 50, you must be 45, you must 60. So my journey in the boardroom started then, and it has never gone back. Now, how do you remain in the boardroom? Because we still sympathize with ourselves. What I have learned as a woman, you must work more extra hard than the men. Whenever you're given that opportunity and you know that I'm going to get her into this boardroom, if it means reading till 2 a.m. to be knowledgeable, to be the expert, do it. A quick one on this aviation. I remember I was appointed on the board of Uganda Civil Aviation Authority in 2014. And I was like, oh my God, I've never been in aviation. I've never been a pilot. And here I am. But it was because of my governance, the experience that I had served on boards early enough, and I had that experience. But to get to that board, and I'll give you an example, in the first meeting with the minister, I looked at all these men. I said, okay, there are 8 out of 2 women. I said I need the strategy to make sure that this is a new area. I must be outstanding. So you're thinking beyond that. And I started saying, this one might be hard. This one seems to be a bully. This one is 62. Practically, that's what was going on in my head. And I'm much younger than them. So I said, okay, what are the strategies there? So at every stage, you must be. And I can tell you in 2 years' time, or less than even 1 year, normally they used to say, where's Olive? If I'm 15 minutes away, the board chair would say, can we give her the 15 minutes to come in? Why? I made myself relevant in that boardroom. I read, I understood aviation. If I was in that meeting, I would be talking about the aircrafts that have got stuck in the airspace of the US and the systems that are not working, and no one in the room has read. Secondly, I would read these board papers from beginning to the end. There are times those who are in boardrooms, people open their files in the boardroom. You know they have not read. The men were, except those in this room, were normally there. So if anybody wanted, they would say, what does Olive have to say? I have read to the dot. So ladies, if you're given opportunity, you must work extra hard than the numbers. Maybe that's what I can share. The story is long. I can't take you through the whole of it. But at every stage of my journey, there's something that I have done. And I always laugh about it. But then it gives me the opportunity. So coming back as a Deputy Director General of Uganda Civil Aviation Authority, it's a walkover. I've gone in there with my experience and I'm making impact. So you have to be able to know that even there, you'll enter a room, like I've just been to Malaysia, negotiating the bilateral air services agreements. You'll enter a room and there are 50 men and you're 3 women. How do you stand out and make your presence felt and let people know that you're actually knowledgeable, you're an expert, you're experienced, but at the same time, the calm one? You must be able to balance those. There are those nuggets that we have as women that can help us actually to make our presence felt. Sometimes you'll notice that people are not doing well. Go in to be the one of the people to calm down the situation. So the journey is long, as I said. If I go through it, it will go on for long. Maybe I can stop there on that. Thank you.
I'll come back to you, Olive, and congratulations again on your global award. I'll make sure I take a photo next to you, just me and you. At about the time when Olive was, I think Beijing was in 1995, the Women's Conference, a young teenage Ann Juko was somewhere in a secondary school, going through the motions, doing her work diligently. Anne is someone who I've known for a while, full disclosure in terms of governance. And she's someone who, if there's no ladder, will come with her eucalyptus pole, hammer, and nails, and build her own ladder. And she certainly is one who has cracked that glass ceiling when it comes to leadership, not just as a woman, but as a young woman. So I think her story, her journey is remarkable and not different from Olive's, I guess. And I want to come to you specific to banking. I mean, we are in a group of banking and finance, women and men. Your journey in itself, like I said, is something where you have put yourself out there. But I imagine there's been some challenges in your journey. They say when a glass ceiling is broken, when the glass shatters, there can be some damage behind. But in your journey, what have you faced as the big challenges? How have you addressed them? And how have you created your own opportunities? Over to you, Ms. Juko.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ofunji. And wow, Olive, what a story. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A special mention and welcome to the gentlemen. We really do need you in this conversation. And to my fellow panelists, a wonderful morning to you all. Today is a special day in many ways, but I suppose I won't leave this stage without mentioning that I am channeling my inner Kamala Harris. I don't know if you've noticed. And my heart is sore. I stopped watching CNN about 6 a.m. this morning. I stopped looking there. I couldn't take it anymore. So if you know the answer, don't tell me. Don't tell me yet. But this is what I want to say to you about challenges and the things we face. First, to recognize that it has been a long journey. This journey to parity in every phase of life has been a very long journey. Very recently, I was reading about somebody, and I'll tell you about her. There are two women I was reading about, and they were fascinating to me. One of them is a lady called Susan B. Anthony. And the other one is called Emmeline Pankhurst. Write them down. And they're available on TikTok. There's, people now, we have now break down their things into spaces that people can get them. And on YouTube, Google or YouTube search Susan B. Anthony. She started and led the fight to vote. This fight has been going on since 1873. Do you understand how long the journey is? 1873. They were fighting for the right to vote at that time. Her in the US, Emmeline in the UK. So this is the journey to parity. At that point, they look, when do we get a chance to vote? It is very telling that today, and this is why that coincides, today, we're still in the US where Susan B. Anthony fought 1873 to get the right to vote. Today we're talking about the first chance to be given to a female president, potential. Don't tell me if you've been watching CNN, please. I'm keeping hope alive. But this is how long and odious the journey has been and will continue to be. Let's not kid ourselves about how easy, or it's not going to be easy. And it hasn't been. If Olive were to tell you the second layer of that story, she told us the flowery version, but she can tell you that if you check her properly, there are a few scars. There's blood, there's sweat, there's a few tears to get to where you need to go. And Raymond, David said that when you break the ceiling, you get bruised a bit. There's no other way to do it. But I just thought I'd point out why this is such an important thing. I'll come to my personal story in a bit, but I want to talk about, again, another example, which for me stands out about how long the journey has been. Think about 1873. Guess when the first female chief executive of a Wall Street bank was appointed? Anybody in the audience? It was a city banker. Yes. Jane Fraser, 1st of March, 2021. Do you understand this? 2021 was the first time that this advanced place where all of us as bankers, we all, I don't know about you, but for me, I want to be on Wall Street also, me. But they only allowed the lady a chance in 2021. This is yesterday. So when we sit in this room and talk about the journey to parity, we must understand the enormity of the challenge. And let's not kid ourselves about the size of the challenge. Only when we understand it fully can we then address it fully, right? Are we? I like an audience that talks back. If you disagree, please say so. So those are some of the things I wanted to start with. The second issue, which is really important, is we talk about this thing. We had a conversation last year. We're having one this year. I've started a movement to change these things we do. I want to stop calling them workshops because no work gets done. All we do is talk. We come here and talk. This is a talk shop. The work is done when we leave this room. What are you taking away with you when you leave? I see many of you with notebooks. Just do yourself a favor. Don't take many things. Take 2 or 3, but take something so that you can go and begin the work. This is not working. This is a talk shop. It begins when you start to work. And in my view, in fact, my biggest concern, sorry I don't have good news, the biggest concern is the journey to parity, in my personal opinion, especially in banking, is regressing. And in fact, the fear of regression for me is so real, because if you forecast banking for the next 10, 15 years, what are you talking about? It's technology beginning to end, right? I want to run a quick poll this morning. Just show me a hand if your IT department where you work is 80% female. Anybody? 70%? 60% perhaps? Maybe I'm shooting too high. 60%? 50? 40? I see a hand at 50. Lucky you. 40? 30? Okay, just a few. But we are all talking about the 25th percentile and below, right? But this is the future. We all agree, isn't it? Right? So when we talk about bridging the gap, these are the things we must not talk about, but do something about. Bridge the skills gap. Olive mentioned very eloquently about going into a room and, finding your space and making your contribution. That doesn't come from the suit you wear or what you look like. It comes from what's up here. What do you know? What value do you add? That's what people want to get from you. And if my school teacher used to say, empty tin, you will very quickly be reduced to a statistical number in ESG. You see. We have some women on the board, but what are they doing? What are they saying? What are they contributing? So until we have bridged the skills gap, especially in the new emerging skills, we are setting ourselves for a regression. Even the success, sitting in this room and looking at the audience, one is tempted to think, we've come from far, which we have. And then I don't want to take away from that success. But when you forecast forward, when you look forward, there are big concerns. And there are big issues that I am happy we have a forum like this that we can address them. The challenges you were talking about for me are many and advanced, and they've been there. And they're not unique to me as a person. The challenge of balancing is a big one. For a long time, I was a single mother of 3. And I had to make a plan because the lady who had the fortune to run Pepsi, you all know her. Yeah, Noe. She talks about the fact that when you draw the curve of your career advancement, it's going in one direction. It is at odds with the graph of your family advancement and roles and responsibilities. So at any one point, each one of us in our journey has faced that push or pull. Do I go for the meeting or do I pick my children from school? All right? Do I come in on Saturday or do I stay and finish the assignment? And we have to make a plan around it. There's no two ways. My story is no different. I had to find structures that worked. I had to, because I was always late to pick my children from school, I had a carton of Splash in the receptionist desk under. After school, when all the mothers were coming in to pick their kids, me, I'm still busy, they go to the reception, they get a Splash. At least they are okay. They will be fine for the meantime. I did the same thing for school supplies because I could just, on a Monday morning, my pencil or my color, I didn't have. So I stocked up and kept them in that space and found friends. I couldn't attend half the sports activities, but I was friends with a group of moms. So when Keza is running, cheer for her. Please cheer for my daughter when she's participating. But on the weekend, who's driving the van to pick up everybody? I did all the weekend party pickups and drop-offs. And if you're a parent with a child in primary school, you know what a job that is. And the parents were happy to do that. So what I'm saying to you is the journey, my journey, Olive's journey, and any other, the challenges are the same. The solutions are going to be unique to you. Find those solutions. But whatever you do, make them work for you as a person. I have friends of mine who I have the deepest respect for that have chosen to say, you know what, for the next 5 years, as my children are still young, I won't work. And I respect that because it works for them. Me, on the other hand, it could never work because that's not my journey. So we must resist the copy and paste because this works for me, I must also work. No. Everybody has their journey. Everybody has a value system. Everybody has something that works for them. Find that which works for you and lean into it. But I suppose before I come back, I sort of pause, I want to go back to the point I made about getting yourselves skilled enough to be able to go anywhere and do anything. If you're in your 20s, anybody in their 20s or 30s, if you're in your 20s and your 30s, research is showing us that in your career, you will change jobs at least 3 to 4 times. The days of being born an accountant and dying an accountant are gone. Right? They're gone. They're not there anymore. You have to keep advancing and learning and shaping yourself to what you want to do. Right? And that doesn't come from sitting back. Unfortunately, it doesn't also come from attending talk shops. It's the work you go back home and do inside of yourself to start and elsewhere. All right? I want to end with one thing. Patricia, is it ready? If it is, I want to talk to you about one last thing because it's the biggest thing that I have faced. Olive also talked about it. Do you ever feel the imposter syndrome? When you're in a room full of engineers and you're thinking, I'm Olive. I did business. What am I doing here with these engineers? But that imposter syndrome is nothing. As somebody put it, the only fear you have to fear is fear itself. Shake it off. Ground yourself in excellence and knowledge. There is no place in the world. If I've done my homework, open any door, because I've done my homework. The strength, the grounding, the confidence comes from having done the work, nothing else. And when I was thinking about this and meditating about it, I came upon a video which I want to share with all of you. I don't know if it's ready. If it's not, they can play it another time. But President Obama, I've been in the US election the whole week, so you can see it in my speech. I hope you can tell us some more. But if it's ready, please play it, because Obama puts it so well. Don't shake off the fear. Enter the room, grind yourself, and get it done.
Let people think you do not belong. Once you sit at these tables with folks with fancy titles, and you talk to them, and you go, oh, they ain't all that. This idea that somehow they are so special, they're so smart, they're so sophisticated. Not really. They've been exposed. They've been given the confidence of feeling like they belong. But if you sit down and talk to them, turns out, that's my point. And the benefit for Michelle and me, because we came up, and at each stage, you know, you go to Harvard, and wow, it's Harvard. And then you find out, oh, Harvard's full of some fools and people that you would not put in charge of anything, but they're there. And there's some really amazing, brilliant people too. And then you go to the US Senate and you look around and everybody's represented, smart people and dumb people, good people and bad people. Now suddenly you're meeting at the group of 7 world leaders are all in a room, or the United Nations. And oh, same thing. Turns out that there's some really smart, amazing world leaders, and there's some fools running countries.
Thank you very much.
I think you and I are going to have a drink after, because I'm also watching that, the results. But you said a couple of things. I'm going to come back to you, because when you're giving us the challenge as delegates, we need to leave this room with those 2-3 things to act upon. I want to ask you what those 2-3 things were in your career. But, and then you brought up the aspect of skills. So skill yourself, everything is changing. And I want to point out the fact that within the pillars of the initiative is the skilling element. I think I saw Mrs. Goretti Masade around somewhere, who's very instrumental. Is she around? People need to see you. She's the CEO of the Institute of Banking and Finance, and they are developing the right modules to ensure that that attrition that happens between 52% that Sarah spoke of and 20%, what is at least a skilling component that we need to embed to keep those numbers reasonable. So I think there's a conversation in that regard, and I think we will be held accountable as the months go by. So thanks for that, Anne. I want to go to Sane. She is from the European Union, well entrenched in the private sector and program development as it relates to the private sector in this country. I'm very familiar with some of the interventions that you have. I know you have a very strong green component in terms of what you do in this country, but I guess access to finance is one of your priorities. And I want to perhaps on that subject ask you whether we can narrow down on those interventions that speak specifically to women, if there's any midstream programming or is there plans to develop that, but there's also the opportunity for you to provide broader context about how you are approaching this most critical of subjects.
Thank you, David. Thank you all for inviting me and listening to these very inspirational women next to me. I've also worked in the infrastructure sector a lot, and I've not been in rooms like this with so many professional women. If you work on roads, if you work on the energy sector, you don't get this. So this is very inspirational, even though, yes, there's still some space to gain also in the banking sector. In the development sector, we also see there's progress, but still not enough. So that's why we're here. On access to finance, indeed, the European Union is implementing what we call the Green Deal, which is the economic growth strategy that puts the EU onto the path of inclusive and green economic development. Meaning that a lot of the investments in the green sector are accompanied by inclusive financing policies. I would like to give you a few examples. I think in the movie we saw this morning, we saw a number of leading women that work for programs that are financed by the European Union. I saw Mona very clearly in the picture. Mona leads the ABI Finance initiative, which is the agricultural business initiative. I think it will be known to most of you, a wholesale lender for financing institutes. If you look at the figures for 2023, one of the streams is Tier 4 financing. In the year 2023, 75% of that lending went to women. That's, of course, a great achievement, which we're not achieving with a lot of the financing instruments, even the ones that we're financing. We're also moving more and more towards making it a specific goal to increase support to female entrepreneurship, increase support to financial access. If we look at the gaps, I indeed acknowledge what is said before. There's three large groups of problems and opportunities. On the one side, I think the land issue is definitely on the rural side, on the entrepreneurship side. Land as collateral is a huge issue. So we have a number of initiatives on land. Looking at Milo land, ensuring that women have access to titles. Not necessarily the formal titles, but alternative ways of titles. If we look at skills, we have huge programs on business development support, specific instruments for supporting entrepreneurs, building networks, having associations, adapting to the specific needs of female entrepreneurs. And then, of course, there's the access to finance. I won't go through all kind of programs, but I can come to that a little bit later. However, if we look at a higher level, I'd like to come back as the glass ceiling and women breaking through it in the banking sector as well as in all other sectors. Definitely the skills and having something to offer to the boardroom, to the company, to the farm, whatever level you are to break barriers is one side. Having an environment that supports that and acknowledges that, and sometimes having regulations, we see as an important part of the story as well. The one cannot go without the other one. Therefore, as the European Union, not specifically focused on finance, but just as at the whole gender parity, we've put in place a number of directives, objectives, support mechanisms. One, of course, being quotas for female leadership in boardrooms. Yes, we need women with skills. We need women that are vocal. We need women that actually can make it work. But we also sometimes need systems to push the less progressive boardrooms to move in a direction. So we have quotas in Europe to increase these numbers. Still not where I'd like them to be. For 2026, it's 40% in the boardrooms. Too little, because why not 50 or 60? But it is a start. It is a start. If you're looking at infrastructure section, I think there's a lot of ground to gain. If you look at education, maybe we are there already. It depends on the sector, obviously. Another one, equal pay for equal work. Are we actually paid the same? So we might work twice as hard, but we're not getting the same gains. There's a lot of work to be done. Making it more transparent. It's not something to force, but making it more transparent, making it more clear to the outside world will force companies, will force employers to move in a direction, and also enables the women to ask for what they deserve. There's many, many more. Of course, parental leave and flexible working rights. We heard, do you choose to pick up your children from school or go to a meeting? I think in Europe, men are moving a little bit faster in the direction of taking care of children, also having parental leave to be able to let the women go to those meetings instead of picking the kids from school. By the way, we walk and cycle to school, so that is, in my country, a big advantage. We don't go by car to school, so it depends a bit where you live and what the possibilities are. As a last point, and regulations that are being put in place is gender-responsive public procurement. a whole big field where a lot can be done and is being done, but still grounds to gain. I'd like to leave it there. We can go more into detail,
Thank
but
you.
I can imagine you will have a problem managing time with this eloquent panel. But back to you, David. Thanks.
Thank you. And it speaks to the enormity of the problem case or the opportunity, like you said. Oftentimes when I've worked in access to finance interventions, we realize that some of the hindrances are not in finance itself. It's the ecosystem. So collateral as a requirement for a loan, where women tend not to have a claim on those assets, just presents a huge barrier. So we have to really go beyond sort of our narrow lens of our narrow tunnel vision. And I think one of the things, and Sarah spoke to it, certainly Patricia will, is that the Women's Economic Empowerment Initiative stretches the series of interventions to progress advocacy. I think we had the Minister of Gender and Labor here last year. I think government is represented. So we can solve it if from a policy and a regulatory perspective, those dials are not adjusted. So this is a marathon, but a step in the right direction. So it was ladies first. I did respect that sub-protocol for this panel. But we've had an interesting segue from sort of governance, female leader, policy conversation. Mr. Moyo here is in the fire. He's a product man, and he's with an institution that's well respected globally, but runs the Uganda franchise of BRAC, that I believe is operating that frequency, the lower sort of tiers when it comes to the regulation. You have products and designs that are addressing this particular challenge. So I want you to sort of unpack how you are approaching some of the challenges that you've had. One, in product design, but also in terms of progressing female leaders within your organization. Is there something we can learn from what you are doing at BRAC? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, hope you can hear me. When I was invited to be one of the panelists, I had a very serious, deliberations with myself. I fully confirmed yesterday when I called back Patricia. It's because I was told the moderator was a man. So I felt a bit comfortable to be with a man. Yeah, but besides that, with BRAC Uganda Bank, issues of women empowerment are not an issue of policy or something that we talk about, nice to have, put quotas and thresholds. It is who we are. BRAC originated from Bangladesh 52 years ago with this same mission and vision statement. So I've heard the regulators querying about our focus on women. That is it the right thing? Is there no concentration risk? And it's a conversation that is ongoing, but that's who we are, and that's how we do things. As an example, so I said it's in the mission statement that we seek to provide diversified financial services to people at the bottom of the pyramid in hard-to-reach areas, particularly women. So that's a mission statement, and it's very clear. And a number of you who have got rural homes, I think you have seen a signpost of BRAC in your village. If not yet, we are coming. So that's who we are. Number two, one of our values among the four is inclusiveness. And we are very deliberate of that. And it's supported by a strategic pillar called Responsible Inclusive Finance. And we are very intentional. This comes from a research that we have done back then in Bangladesh and other developing countries. If women are given access to finance, or a man and a woman, we realize that when they become successful, the money goes back to the family. I have to say this, unfortunately, men the research showed that they had to marry another wife, buy an expensive car, or do things that show off. But a woman made sure the family benefited. And that research has been done by reputable institutions. Even as we work here in Uganda, for the last 4 years, we do what is called impact studies and go back to these women. A number of them says if BRAC was not there, we had no alternative for finance. Number two, we have been able to feed our family, send our kids, and they tell us, now my daughter is a lawyer, or my son is graduating as an engineer from Makerere. I think there's no much impact than that in an economy than doing those things. So these are things that we do. But back to the issue that you have raised, it's really about, because of that coming from who we are as a corporate identity, even our programming. So 70% of our loan book is actually in group lending. And in group lending, we give collateral-free loans. I see bankers, traditional bankers saying, how does that work? So 70% of our loan book is collateral-free. So if we are to empower women, one of the hindrances to access to finance is collateral. We know those requirements. So when you read them, three-quarters of the women are out. So we have been deliberate. And that's very risky. But I can tell you, the non-performing loans under that segment is less than 3%. So I have a headache on the loans that I have collateral, and mostly they are to men. Yeah. And in our statistics, as I say, is of all the people with loans and deposit, 94% are women. We have got one of the, reasonable footprint in the country, about 160, touch points. And all our branches are led by women. So of a staff complement of about 2,000, 85% of the staff that I lead are women. So I just wanted to say that there's no quota, but that's who we are. And when I come in, there is one position, there is a man and a woman. You know where I will incline, who will I pick? So it's already in us and how we do things in that. So I just wanted to bring into that. But if I can go up, from the bottom we are well represented. And now we are going up now into decision making. And our limit is actually 40%. But as I speak, at ESCO or senior management, we're at 50. And it's a challenge to me. It's my KPI. At board level, we are 66% in terms of female representation. So you can tell that this is how we really want to do things, and this is how we've done it as BRAC. So I think I wanted to bring something that is been raised by my colleagues. Very interesting, inspiring. You think you're speaking to women? I've written 4 pages here. Yeah. Success principles, they have no gender lenses. They apply to anybody. So you're saying women work hard. Me, I'm saying men work hard. Everybody should what? Work hard, show yourself. So I've written into that. But can I speak something? And I want to tilt this space, flip the chart to the women. As we are doing this, my painful experience is that women who are in leadership don't create the door for other women. I found it very challenging that I have to advocate for women, maybe because of who I am also. Yeah, I'm a father of 2 daughters. At home, I'm really surrounded by women, including the auntie that helps us. She's a lady. So you can imagine my life is about women. But can I challenge those of us, whether you're a supervisor, a manager, and you're not at top there, what do you do to pave the way and to create a space for other women? You know my observation? It is women who are tough and very brutal to other women. And we continue to have this conversation in here. So I wanted to say, as we do this thing, it's not about really affirmative action. It's about that when we do, these programs, and yourself have been given a seat at the table. My colleagues have done very well. Olive, you have done a very good, analysis of how you have, pioneered and created, a pathway for others. But I want to challenge our other colleagues that it is that which we do and that matters. And lastly, as I close, moderator, is that the recent skills, as Anne, my colleague, said, the new skills that are coming on the table are like empathetic leadership, are like emotional intelligence. Who are the people with those skills who don't need training? It is women. Yeah. So they're actually naturally inborn, and they need to be owned, they need to be mentored, they need to be coached. But can I tell you, I've been trying to do partnerships or new friends. I introduced them to my wife, and she just afterwards, our interaction, whether it's a dinner or something, she says, I don't feel well with that guy. It doesn't sit well. What is it? I don't know. 6 months down the line, things go wrong. Remember what I told you? That's what I felt. Women, as we sit on the board table, even as we discuss, they bring another dimension into the discussions and say, you know what? Have you considered this? So us, as men, we are really moving very fast at atomic speed. Someone who says, have you taken note? We have 85% women. Have you taken note about, these other conditions for them? It can only come with that balance and diversity and inclusiveness at the table and in key decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You did do a lot of scribbling, and I was also taking down notes when you spoke, but I think I need to pull the handbrake a little bit here. We're running out of time. I want to go to the audience. Remember, this conversation doesn't end here, but I just want to go to the delegates who may have some burning issue, some feedback or question to direct. I don't know how much time we have, maybe about 10 minutes, and then we can come back and summarize. I do have questions, but it would be unfair for me to dominate them. So please, if you have a question, hand up. There's a mic somewhere. Okay, there's a couple here, ladies. Please introduce yourself, name, institution, and direct the question to a specific person. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Irene Moyekunda, CFO Pride Microfinance. I'm very inspired by your statistics at BRAC, and I'm wondering, how do they make it 50% at ExCom women, 60% at board? How do you do that? Because you can be on a panel, you have these men and women, and the men just come and sweep. But how are you able to attract women to those percentages at that level? Thank you.
Sorry. There's another question here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Farida Chirike from Uganda Development Bank. My question goes to Anjiko. My question goes to Anjiko and also the gentleman on. How can we engage men as allies in advancing gender equity in the workplace? The second one is, what are these emerging trends in the financial services that we can create new opportunities for female leaders? Thank you.
Great. Do you want to take one more, or as we marinate our thoughts, we can start with Anne and then Mr. Moyo?
Thank you. Do people call you Hajat? Hajat. Thank you for that question. When we talk about women's rights and the journey to parity, this is not a women conversation. It should never be. To do that is to do it at disservice. these are not human rights, these are human rights. They affect all of us, because when it's said and done, Mr. Moyo is a father to daughters. He has a mom or had a mom. Yeah, you have a sister. So every man involved, or everybody, every gentleman has a connection to a woman, one way or another. What we have done a poor job of is involving them, right? Many a time, those are women's issues, women's things, but they shouldn't be. They actually ought to be front and center. That we are making a huge fuss about the few of them who are here today, who are, by the way, I would take the chance to welcome you again, is already telling that we're not doing a good job. If you want to join any club, you'll find a member of that club to invite you, isn't it? When we're advocating for women to join the boards, it is the people sitting on those boards currently who have the keys to the door. So we must bring them into this conversation. And that's something that we haven't done, whether in the banking industry or anywhere else when I think about it. So we have a job to do. The second part of this conversation is a very interesting part, is the change in the dynamics that happen. In Stanbic, we had to have a conversation about it, because the construct that we had before, when you think about a gentleman in their 30s or even 40s, how they grew up, the father was the head of the home, and he came, he provided, mom stayed at home. This is what they knew. And when they made a mental picture of their own journey, they probably thought this is how things are going to be. And now they look around, your boss is, your supervisor is female, the supervisor is, so you're thinking, what about me? Where am I? And we've done a lot of programs for women, pro-women, right? And the conversation is silent but slowly gaining momentum. Where is the boy child in all this? Because remember, we're going to parity. We have to bring them along in this journey. Otherwise, you risk breeding resentment and even resistance to what we're trying to do. So there's a real issue here that has to be addressed. And I don't claim to have the answers, but I know that we have put our minds to being able to join hands with our male counterparts and walk this journey. Let's make it their problem too. So you have a daughter. You want them to work in a place where equal pay for equal work is not a textbook concept, right? You want them to work in a space where they're encouraged and motivated and seen for who they truly are. And for you to do that, join the movement. So there's real work in joining the movement, which we haven't done a lot of. And I think we should do the same. We should do work. You had a second part to your question? The emerging trends. Moyo talked about them, the soft skills, which are really the hard skills, emotional intelligence, intuition, communication is a really big thing. Empathy. We're now hearing emerging terms like empathetic leadership, right? If you go back in, when we were studying management, Peter Drucker and the rest, they told us that they never mentioned empathetic management. It's coming up now because matters of emotional well-being and others are becoming front and center, right? But these are things that are hard-coded in the DNA of the female. These things, we do them well. Yeah? But the only thing we haven't done is allow ourselves to participate fully and to dig into these talents that are God-given, that are natural to us. Many of us are afraid to knock on the door. And even when the door is opened and you enter, you're apologizing for being there. You're not fully confident, right? That's what I talked about, leaning in and voicing and just discarding the fear. There's nothing to fear. You are equipped. Once you're equipped, because you have to, it's not automatic. Even these skills we talk about that are natural to us, we have to hone them, right? You have to hone them, you have to grow them, you have to work on yourself to be able to really bring them to bear and to get the results you want. I want to encourage you all to read. If you are an accountant, I always speak on accountants. If you're an accountant, read about emerging trends in accounting. Now, I don't really need an accountant to do for me the T account and the balance sheet. No. There are programs for that. In fact, increasingly, when I speak to educators, I keep telling them, these degree certificates you give us, you put an expiry date to them because they're expiring quickly. We now need new ones. We need new skills. Yeah, I have beaten the drum already about technology and tech savvy. We have to get into the technology game. One of the things I'm really proud of at Stanbic, that's Women in Tech. There's a program about women in tech. I haven't been in touch for the last year or so, but there is a program there that is actively involved, and their job is to make sure you get as many as possible. Even those who are not actively in tech are getting encouraged and given the skills to be comfortable with technology, right? The cars are going to drive themselves, the fridge will order the groceries. These things are going to happen in our lifetime. Where will you be with your SCCA if you haven't added? Okay, sorry, but you know all the things I'm talking about. I want to give that specific example, but there are many others of that nature. You must add, you must become comfortable with the new technology that is emerging and be able to thrive and use it to advance yourself and in turn your organization.
Thank you. Thanks for that. I'm going to give Mr. Moyo, you have 2 minutes, but I'm going to split it in half. I'm going to give you 60 seconds, then take 1 extra minute and allocate 30 seconds each to Olive and Sani. Is that fine? How do you do it?
That's fine. I think my colleagues have already answered that partly. It's no one size fits all. It's really a number of initiatives with one intentionality of advancing the agenda. But one thing I'd said is there needs to be deliberate. And I started on who we are, and then that shapes what we do. So I'll give you an example. Because we've targeted women, we have said to serve women better, we need more women. That's how everything starts. Then when women have joined us, we have said we want to move them up the ladder. Then creating a succession planning and putting women in leadership programs where you really try to say, we will put you in a program for 6 months and see if you can be able. And there's another thing. As leaders, let's not look for a perfect fit. It's interesting with the board. We do a fair interviews for those vetted positions, need to be interviewed by the board, and we bring them 3 candidates. And there are 2 women, 1 gentleman, and the gentleman flies at the top. And you see the board saying, the number 2 woman, because we have given them and said, all the 3 can take up the role, but this is the ranking. And the woman is number 2. And the board says, they fit who we are. We are going for that. Can you tell? That is objective, but they've come in to say, you know what? With who we are and what we want to advance, this person fits the agenda. So there has to be intentionality, and these conversations need to be there. And then don't look for a perfect fit where someone ticks all the boxes. We've taken deliberate moves to say we will promote this person, though they are not ready. And we are willing to take the hit for them to be moving into the next level. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any closing remarks, Sani? And then Olive.
Thank you very much. I think to summarize this super interesting discussion that I think we could continue for another 2 hours. What we see here in the panel and what we haven't called or haven't named so specifically is role models. I'm sure we have a lot of role models in the room as well. But yeah, education is one thing, but if you don't see anyone like you being in the top, you might not have the ambition to get there as well. If we have role models like we have today, and many more, this will also encourage the younger generation to aim for getting there and not be told, no, this is not for you. Just become a nurse instead of becoming a professional banker, etc. So I think role models and an environment that stimulates that is crucial. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think as the participants, the speakers have said and mentioned it, the gender gap is widening. Pre-COVID, we were 100 years away from closing the gap. Post-COVID, the figures are showing 135 years to close the gap. That means that where we are, we have to start running. The second one is that we are seeing numbers in the leadership level reducing for women. From 2016, we've been having a growth of 1% on an annual basis. When you look at the numbers, 2023, 2024, the numbers are going down. So the challenge is still big on our hands. But what I can add on what Anne said actually, your CV, your qualifications, your experience must speak for you. And this must be deliberate. I have never seen a career path, a career journey that will just work like that. You must be deliberate, meaning that every step of the journey you take, you're thinking about it. I have left jobs which pay me better to move to a job to get into leadership. And 5 years later, I've got better jobs. So when you take your decisions, what is that deliberate part in your career path? So I think you have to be deliberate as ladies and focus on yourselves. Lastly, you want to be the CEO. You're an accountant. You're a director of finance. If your whole career path is only finance and you've not taken efforts to learn human resource, audit, and other sectors, a CEO must be able to be knowledgeable in those areas. So as you work on your CV, don't wait for your organizations to pay for you training courses. Go in there and do a beautiful training and understand what auditing and the balance sheet and everything is all about. Go in and do a course that brings you into human resource. Because once you're in this top position, not only CEO, but you're a leader, manager, you need all those knowledge bases to be able to have impact. So for me, I think that's what I leave for you. Be deliberate. Look at your CV. Don't move jobs because of money. Move jobs and pay less. But look at your career path and the journey you've set yourself up. Thank you.
Please, a round of applause. Anne has one burning issue, one point to add.
And I must apologize because I think I've taken up more time. I'm really sorry. But one last thing, because we've talked about everything, but we haven't talked about one of the things that are becoming the most scarce in our environment today. I'm talking about Uganda and the construct we have. Integrity. You can have all these things, but the question of integrity and the absoluteness of integrity. Integrity is not binary, 0, no. And this is one of the most scarce things in our community, sadly. So I want to encourage you to, in the past, they used to give jobs to women to say, women don't steal. When I look at the fraud statistics and the number of bankers that are being arrested involved in fraud, there are women, many, right? And that for me is a concern. And it's one of the other trends that is a concern for me because we are regressing. We're already few. Now if you start stealing, even those opportunities are going to go away. I cannot overemphasize the need for integrity in everything that you're doing. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. This clearly could have gone on for much longer, but I just want to remind everyone that this is part of an initiative, and there was a deliberate design of this panel. The diversity effectively spoke to the 4 pillars of the Women's Economic Empowerment Initiative. I think the conversations and key points out of skilling, mentorship, leadership, rewards. I mean, we have a globally accomplished leader here. Please, when we take the nuggets from here, know that it doesn't stop. To Anne's point, what are those 2, 3 things that we need to progress? Patricia certainly has been taking notes. There'll be a communication. I think we'll be inviting these speakers at another point in time to do a podcast or webinar or speak to the rank and file across the spectrum of future and current leaders. So please join me in thanking my panel. I think there will be a photograph on stage, and then we'll move straight into the next section. Thank you.
Up next on stage is Patricia Amitolu-Twama, Head of Communications and Corporate Affairs.
Thank you, David, and our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them another round of applause. I think at this point, just one question before I invite our next speaker. Turn to your neighbor and ask them what your role is in your institution in terms of value addition. Some of you are not looking at your neighbors. I'm not sure why, but that's a very critical question. You've had the speakers speak to everyone has a part that they play in. Yeah? And for me, I'm sure you will tell us later what your neighbor told you. If they didn't tell you anything, there's a problem, isn't it? Good. But thank you. Thank you very much, our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard about the keywords in being intentional, being deliberate, and ensuring that you up your skills, read as much. Also ask yourself always that question of what's the value that I'm adding to my institution. And as such, we'll be addressing our need of empowerment. So at this point, we are getting into listening to our keynote speaker. And it is an absolute pleasure for me to introduce our keynote speaker, Ms. Danielle Nirandutiye, who's currently the Mission Director at USAID. Just a brief about her. She serves as the Mission Director at USAID Uganda. And in this capacity, she provides strategic leadership, programmatic, operational management, and oversee of a diverse and complex portfolio of over $500 million in annual development assistance across sectors. I think that deserves a round of applause in terms of the budget that she holds at that point. Ms. Danielle is a career US diplomat and has served in senior management positions in corporate headquarters in Washington, D.C., including as senior advisor to the agency counselor and as director for African Affairs at the National Security Council at the White House. Her overseas assignments have included Ethiopia, regional mission in Ghana, where she covered about 21 countries in West and Central Africa, including Madagascar. Prior to the US service, she spent several years in West Africa as an international Mickey Island Leland Fellow with the Congregational Hunger Center, implementing and managing public health. She has also worked with the Center for Disease Control in Atlanta on domestic programs, and she holds a Master of Public Health from Emory University. She also holds a Bachelor of Science in Pre-Medicine and a Bachelor of Arts in Chemistry. You heard the speakers talk about skills, education, and knowledge. I think this embodies quite a bit of it. So please join me in welcoming Ms. Danielle to speak to us this morning and deliver a keynote address for the forum. Danielle, you're most welcome.
Thank you so much, Pamela. Good morning, everyone. So I will stand on a previous protocol that I think my colleagues Sarah and Salma have already previously announced, because I feel like this is such an exciting opportunity to be here. I've been so inspired by everyone. I feel like I want to grow up to be like Olive. I want to grow up to be like Anne. I want to grow up to be like Sarah and Salma. So how do we do it? It was truly inspiring. So I am in awe of all of you. I just want to start by saying thank you so much to the Uganda Bankers Association for the invitation and for the opportunity to be here this morning to hear these inspiring words from colleagues and partners here this morning. I just, how can I say, I felt like the conversation was an amuse-bouche. You know, you go to a party and then they give you little finger foods to eat and then they get you so excited. So I am excited now. I'm looking at David to say, when is the main course coming? No, seriously. You only gave us an amuse-bouche and I'm waiting for more. I feel like I'm energized, I'm excited. So many pearls of wisdom that I've picked this morning that I feel like they're so integral to all of our growth. I think that a couple of things maybe I take away from this panel is that we need and we must continue to follow our passion. We shouldn't let others define who we are or who we are going to become. I think that hearing about what Olive has done in her career journey, in my own career, quite frankly, I have always tried not to do what people expect me to do, but to really follow what I feel like is going to help me grow as a leader, but grow as a woman, as a mother, as a member of society, quite frankly. How do we continue to challenge ourselves? I thought that was a really good pearl of wisdom to take away from this. But that, in order for all that to happen also, it does require us to take a chance on ourselves, because I think sometimes we don't. There are too many things in our ear, right? Trying to meet everyone's expectations, but also telling ourselves that we can't do it. So I feel like taking a chance on ourselves is critically important. And I wanted to come back to Anne's point about integrity, and I couldn't agree more. I think it's really important. And I will add that as we talk about integrity, as you know, for those of you who are still young and new and coming up in your careers, thinking about those values that define who you are. Because once you know what those values are, those are going to help, they're going to be your guiding light. They're going to help you really overcome and be able to shape what you stand for and, you know, overcome some of the challenges and things that come our way. So really critically important to figure out what those values are for each of us. So today's theme, Accelerating Female Leadership for Gender Inclusive Banking and Financial Services, is really a timely conversation. It is a theme and a topic that sits at the heart of all the things that we do at the U.S. Embassy as a U.S. government. I think that this morning we heard about what we need to do to grow female leaders. It's taken us 148 years, based on what Anne told us this morning, to have the first female CEO on Wall Street. But to me, I take that as a step forward. Even though it's small, it's taken us that many years, I feel like we need to take a step back and say, how do we build on that momentum to continuously break these barriers? There are many of them, but I'm convinced that based on the conversation this morning, that we can get there. And for me, what I want to do to talk to you about this morning is how the US government is internalizing all the challenges that we hear, all these barriers that we hear, and share with you some of the services that we provide to financial institutions, to individual entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs particularly, and then to see how we can continuously work together, how we can continuously partner and collaborate to make things better, to make the environment better for women business entrepreneurs. So I have been here in Uganda for almost 3 years and have had the opportunity to travel all throughout Uganda. I have had the opportunity to interact with women, small business owners, and hear about their stories of entrepreneurship, successes, but also their challenges, and some of those challenges have already been talked about. So I want to share maybe a couple of stories that have stood out to me in the last 3 years. So a few months ago, a good friend of mine shared with me how his mother, an entrepreneur seeking financing for her business back in the 1980s, went to the bank only to be told that she needed to show collateral before she could secure financing. She did not have any assets, but what she had was a brilliant idea and a sharper business on the cusp of transforming her community. She told the banker that while she might not have assets to put up against her loan, she was determined to make her business successful. And the banker asked why. how can you give me that assurance? And she said, because you see, I am raising 5 boys, and I have to make it work. I have to make it work for them, because their future depends on me being able to get this business running, to get it to become successful. Her story was convincing enough that the banker approved her loan request. So my friend's mother used the money to build and strengthen her business, send her kids to school, and proceeded to repay the loan well ahead of time. So this story is one of many stories we hear from the communities. We also hear about women who have businesses, who are thriving, who are excited, who are proud. And in Karamoja, when I went, I met a young woman. She's an entrepreneur. She's doing amazing things, selling sesame seeds. She was motivated. However, when I started asking her questions, I said, so how much are you selling the 50-kilo bag? She said, oh, well, I think it's 50,000 Uganda shilling. I said, okay, that's great. So then I said, how much are you paying in transport costs to get this bag to the person who's bought it, or to get the seeds from the farm to your warehouse? She couldn't really give me a concrete number. And when I asked her, how about your profits? She wasn't too sure. You see, sometimes we're so excited as entrepreneurs, as women entrepreneurs, because we're always hustling. We hustle too much. And sometimes we don't think about the bottom line. In her mind, for as long as I have cash in my hands, I must be doing well. But she's not counting the amount of effort she's putting into each one of these steps she's taking to sell the 50-kilo of bag. And that is a story that happens all the time. And in fact, I think the recent MasterCard Index report shows that women, they have businesses that are thriving, doing well, but the fact of the matter is we only earn 30% less in profit. So that's a problem. We are innovators, we have ideas, we can juggle so many things. We can send the kids to school or to play dates and then come back in the boardroom and get it done and then somehow make it somewhere, and then also come back home and make food and feed everybody and then go to bed. We can do it all. But sometimes we forget to put value to all those things that we do. So the thing is, this shouldn't be this way. Things should not be this way. Women entrepreneurs shouldn't have to struggle to secure financing. They shouldn't have to settle for financing with unfavorable terms, or worse, be locked out of or denied economic opportunities because their credit worthiness is considered too risky, or they don't fit the profile, right? We are all guilty. You look at someone and you prejudge them before you have even heard what they have to say. And it's something all of us must fight against. We must be willing to give people a chance. We must be willing to listen to what they have to say. And then after that, we can decide and determine whether or not truly there is nothing to see. Finding the right financing, being financially literate, access to new technologies, and having a supportive, enabling environment do remain major challenges here in Uganda. We all know that it can be incredibly difficult to start up a company. In fact, the success rate past the first 5 years of a company is less than 50%. So it's quite high, the rate of failure. We also know that small and medium enterprises are the engines that keep economies moving, and women play a major role in that. Again, according to MasterCard Index of Women Entrepreneurship, Uganda continues to rank in the top 3 African countries for the highest number of women in business, noting that 4 out of 10 business owners are women. So Sarah this morning opened by telling us that 18 million women, I believe, are under the age of 35, if I remember correctly. That is huge. So if you imagine that 4 out of those 18 million women are in business, that's a lot of people, quite frankly. That's a lot of Ugandan women who are hustling on a day-to-day basis. And so given that there are 1.1 million small and medium enterprises, right, which constitutes 90% of the private sector, and they contribute 70% to Uganda's GDP and comprise 90% of employment, the contribution of women-owned businesses is enormous and cannot be underestimated. The question in front of us is how can we collectively continue to build an enabling environment that allows women to thrive? How do we level the playing field so that women can compete equally in the marketplace? So some of you in the room might be wondering why we care. The US government cares because we firmly believe that when we invest in women, economic empowerment, entire communities, entire economies, and entire countries benefit. We also believe that the work of women's economic empowerment requires an all-hands-on-deck approach. It requires the public and private sector coming together in forums like these to collaborate and coordinate efforts. For the US government, we are keen to partner with many of you in the room. I often get the question, isn't USAID only focused on working with NGOs? Isn't that what you all do? I get that question all the time from private sector entities. And I have to say the answer is no, because we work with both public and private sector entities if it makes development sense. If coming together, if leveraging our expertise and resources means we will have greater development impact in communities all around Uganda, then we want to partner with you, because we know that even if you're in the private sector, you're still pursuing the same, because private sector cannot thrive in a country or in a community that's failing. So we need to be partners. We need to really come close together. So I encourage all of you this morning, and we hope that you will approach us and talk to us. We don't bite. We like people, seriously. And my team is here. I have Leah, I can see in the correct, please raise your hand so people can see you. She is our digital advisor, works really on figuring out how do we break down this digital divide. I have Amy Beeler in the corner there, hiding. She's the director of our economic growth, and that's where all our agriculture activities or our trade and investment activities lie. And we are always looking for new partners. We're always looking for ways to figure out how do we help these farmers and communities get their products to the market, whether it's here in Uganda or regionally or internationally, quite frankly. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to highlight Mustu Barma, who leads our strategic partnerships team. So he's the guy who hustles on behalf of USAID, so please get in touch, because truly we want to be your partner, because we believe that we can't get there alone. So today I want to talk to you how the US government supports a comprehensive approach to women's economic empowerment and what opportunities exist to partner with us. I'm going to highlight 4 pieces. The first, we support and partner with financial institutions, like many of you in the room, in a range of ways. Many of you may have heard of the Uganda Women's Credit and Finance Trust. It was founded in 1984 as an affiliate of the Women's World Banking and set up to serve low-income and disadvantaged women who could not access existing financial institutions. In 1991, USAID commissioned a report in which it was shown that this organization needed to strengthen its needed assistance to build its capacity on how they, on their operation. They needed to train their staff. They needed exchange visits, and we did arrange those visits to go visit other World Women's Banking affiliates. We also provided formal training in loan appraisals and helping them develop a 3-year strategic plan. Later on, we issued a grant of 719 million Uganda shillings to help the organization improve its level of outreach, operational efficiency, and financial self-sufficiency. We were able to provide a valuable service to Ugandan women and to help increase, at least contribute to the increase in household incomes. These were the seeds that helped catapult the NGO into a microfinance institutions and ultimately to the Tier 1 bank we know now today as Finance Trust Bank. Equally, in the 2000s, I think we heard that Olive is on the board of Finca. That was another bank that we partnered with. In 2000, provided support to develop and implement a number of approaches that targeted the very poor. And through US government loan guarantee, we helped Finca grow to become one of Finca International largest program globally, and in doing so, developing new products and services that benefit women. I am now going to go into details because I think Olive can talk about all the products and services that Finca provides. So we partner with financial institutions to lower, in addition to building the financial institutions, we also partner with financial institutions to lower the barrier for accessing financing by de-risking investments and financing to first-time borrowers or small and medium enterprises who are often women or women-run, because we believe that entrepreneurs deserve a chance. By leveraging the different financing tools within and across the US government, such as the United States Development Finance Corporation, we can and we are mobilizing private investment and financing needed through debt financing. Those are things that we offer. We offer loan guarantees. We offer equity investment. And we also do offer funding for financing feasibility studies. Those are just a few of the things I can highlight that are probably more interesting to you all, and we'll be happy and willing to talk to you about how we utilize these tools with all of you to make sure that we can make access to financing available to partners here in Uganda. So what does this look like when I talk about loan guarantee or debt financing? What does that look like concretely? In Uganda, USAID is partnering with financial institutions such as Centenary Bank, DFCU, Opportunity Bank, and others to provide loan guarantees to de-risk financing to farmers, to SMEs across a range of sectors. So together with these institutions, we're taking a chance and it's paying off. So for example, the financing facility we put in place with the FCU has been fully utilized, meaning that SMEs and individual farmers got the financing they needed to access farm equipment and other inputs to increase production. And so you might be asking, what is the typical average loan size for some of these financing facilities? In this case, with the FCU, it was $27,000, right? But what we've seen, not only are we partnering the bank, we are also helping and supporting potential borrowers, making sure that we are training them, we're giving them advisory services, so that even when they take out those loans, they can actually utilize them appropriately to grow their businesses, but as well as be able to repay the loans. So what we've seen with these financing facilities is that our default rate has been very low. It's not as low as BRAC, because I think BRAC says it's 3%. For us, it's 7%. But we still take that as a success, because that's very low. So we want to say, I guess the point of the story here is, we want to partner with you because we know that a lot of people can look, they can seem to not be creditworthy, but we're here to say that let's together take a chance. Let's try and find ways we can de-risk the investment through loan guarantees and other ways, in other instruments that we can put forward. For example, with our new partnership with Opportunity Bank, we are also working. We know that it's been incredibly hard to reach the ultra poor, particularly those in refugee hosting communities or refugees themselves who are seeking somewhat smaller dollar amounts to run their businesses. So we are partnering with Opportunity Bank to do just that. We are working hand in hand to develop products that are suitable to that target audience. We are expecting to see more women-centered financial products. We are also hoping and working with the bank to ensure that we are recruiting additional women credit officers and refugee credit officials, especially in areas that are much more conservative. And so we're hoping that through this work that we're doing together, we'll be able to be in a position to create linkages with local business development service providers to establish a pipeline of women borrowers. So this is very exciting. We are very excited about the opportunity that this is going to present to Uganda, to business owners, but also the economy in general. Secondly, I touched on this very briefly, we also make advisory services available to women entrepreneurs because we want to support their financial literacy. As I mentioned, Dr. Ramoja, a woman who was so excited about making money that couldn't really tell me how much she was making in profit. We want to make sure that the financial literacy is there. We also want to make sure that women have viable and bankable plans that allow them to secure that financing. So we do this through several ways. Through the U.S. Department of State, we have a program called Academy for Women Entrepreneurs. I don't know how many of you have heard of this program. Through this program, we are training women in foundational business skills. We are connecting them to opportunities for financing and helping them create a network of strong women entrepreneurs that can help each other and support the next generation. We also have what we call the Young African Leaders Initiative. I think some of you have heard it called YALI. It was then President Barack Obama launched it about in 2014. And this was really a program that was meant to support the professional development of hundreds of Ugandans who are working in many areas, including business and entrepreneurship. Another way we are also working to support women economic empowerment, we want to make sure that their businesses are investment ready. So we are helping small and medium enterprises articulate their value proposition to investors. It's not simply to say, I have a good idea that I like, and I think you should like. It's about what's in it for the investor. How do we speak the language that the investor understands and likes and is convincing enough to give you the money? So we are doing this through technical assistance. We have a number of instruments that are available to women business owners so that they can take part in this, the training, the support that is provided. And we're seeing a lot of success in that regard. Just this past June, I was able to visit one of two businesses we helped secure investor financing. Some of you have heard of it, Microhim. It's a parent company of the Vaccine Access Initiative. They were looking to expand into manufacturing of rapid diagnostic tests for HIV and malaria, as well as vaccine production in general. So we worked with them, we did the commercial due diligence, and provided them with other services. That has allowed them to secure $6.3 million from the Uganda Development Bank. So we want to be partners with you banks. That's the bottom line. Because we can make it happen. And we've been, since 2021, been working closely with the MasterCard Foundation and TLG Capital to support the NSSF launch of the High Innovator program that is solely focused on youth and women. And I think David spoke about it earlier today, so I won't repeat, but we're very excited to be able to nurture, to incubate these entrepreneurs and to make sure that they have access to financing. The third way we are supporting women is ensuring that women owners have access to new technologies. And I think Anne talked about us really moving into the digital age. And it's inevitable because AI is here. There's so much that's happening that I feel I'm lost. When my children talk to me, sometimes I just don't even know what to say. And they tell me, Mom, duh, I can't believe you don't know what this is all about. I'm like, I got nothing. But it doesn't have to be this way for many of women business owners. I think really helping women interact and connect to the digital world is critically important. So beyond working with financial institutions, what we do is also partner, currently actually here in Uganda, we have a strong partnership with telecom company where we are bringing internet access to the most remote areas of the country. We are currently building 12 towers. I was able to launch one in Yumbe, it's in the middle of nowhere, past Arua. And when we launched that tower, it was really exciting. It was amazing to watch because the tower came up and then we set up hotspots. And immediately, everyone in the audience, they dropped everything they had. I watched police officers, UPDF, put their big guns down and get online immediately. I said, we must have done something right. I watched women immediately get online because this is very transformational. Not only are we allowing people to connect with the global community, but we're allowing them to access critical information. So if you're a farmer and now you have information about the price of your goods, then you can actually make better informed decisions about what your business plan is going to look like. It's really critically important. And so when we talk about encouraging banks to come to these rural areas, note that we're not asking to just go blind. We are also trying to make sure that we're building the ecosystem around so we can all be successful. So we can ensure that those women in rural areas have all they need, not only just financing, but also information. But also that they can access, and this is something that we also do. We do have the digital deal room, and this deal room helps ensure that we are connecting to, entrepreneurs in many parts of Uganda, remote areas of Uganda, to investors who are not here. So by bringing internet, we're able to also make available this virtual digital deal room. So we can connect these two together so that people can actually benefit from financing that they may actually need. So what does this actually look like? So when we did this, we saw that we've been able to help facilitated at least 6 businesses to secure more resources in working capital. I think 1.5 million in working capital for agribusinesses just recently. And we've also been able to help businesses secure $39.5 million in trade financing. And we'll continue doing that because we believe it's critically important. In 2024, actually this year alone, one dairy cooperative clinched a lucrative contract to supply 9 factories with 18 million liters of quality milk worth $6 million because we were able to really help them access new technologies, access working capital so that they can secure equipment that can allow them to produce that much milk. Lastly, while we can all work together to make financing available, and that's very important, or to improve the financial literacy of women business owners, none of it can make a difference if the enabling environment itself is not there to level the playing field for women. Ensuring that we have the right policies in place, or that women are part and parcel of the high-level discussions that are taking place is equally important. So I ask this room, how many women, beyond sitting in a boardroom, how many women are engaging in these policy discussions as new policies are being developed? How many of us are there? Because if you're not in the room when someone is pitching their idea to make a policy a reality, then it's too late. Because once that policy is in place, it's kind of hard to take it away. It's going to require another 10 years. So I think we need to make sure that we are in those rooms. If, right now I know, for example, that the government is negotiating and developing its new budget. How many women are in the room? How many of us in this room are in that room, making sure that we are looking and we're looking to ensure that the things that we care about are also highlighted and are also receiving the same attention as everything else? How do we begin to engage beyond our own sectors? Because we can't do it alone. We really can't. It requires us to work with government. It requires us to work with civil society organizations. It requires us to also bring our own experiences to bear. We have a lot, and oftentimes we shy away from sharing those experiences. But those experiences are the ones that actually help shape the policies that we have. A mentor of mine once told me, he said, Danielle, you've been overseas for so long, and you seem to be having a fantastic time. You're doing wonderful things. What is the so what of your work? And I looked at this man and I said, what do you mean, what is the so what of my work? Don't you see I am vaccinating, I'm blah, I'm that, And he said, listen, if this experience you have here and the things you're seeing are not part and parcel of what's being deliberated in Washington in terms of policy, then you've missed the point. You've missed the point completely. So make sure that you are in the room, because oftentimes you can find out that you might be the only person in the room who has field experience, who can give testimony on lived experiences. So let's make sure that we continue to expand, and maybe I'm going to challenge Sarah and team at the Uganda Bankers Association to figure out how we continuously to expand this forum to make sure that we have women in the right places. I think that's going to be critically important. Because when we improve the enabling environment here in Uganda, we are facilitating private sector investment that opens the door for capital flow. How many times I hear time and time again, and I actually believe it, Uganda is an investment destination. There's just so much, so many ideas, so many entrepreneurs. But what about our environment? Because if I want to invest here in Uganda, and I have a lot, many people around the world, some investors have a lot of money and they want to spend, and they're really excited and keen to spend them. Sometimes they're asking themselves simple questions. Am I going to come and then my investment is going to die via bureaucracy because I can't get from point A to point B? These are real questions people are asking. Because now I have to get 20 signatures before I can even buy a desk or register my company here. These are questions people are asking. Or if I invest here in Uganda, is my investment going to be secure? So how do we make sure that we are answering these critical questions? How do we make sure that we have those policies that alleviate any of these concerns that investors might have? That requires us to, again, engage in different fora to make sure that we can shape the policies and the direction that we take. And so for us, we are continuously working with different government counterparts. We work with the Uganda Investment Authority, we are working with the Ministry of Finance and others to really look at some of these critical policies, such as the tax policies. What does that look like for an investor, for example? How do we make it, again, attractive? So the examples I've discussed reflect many of the efforts the Uganda Bankers Association, through this Women's Economic Empowerment Initiative, is working to achieve. We really welcome UBA members to learn from these models as we work towards changing the financial banking ecosystem to remove the decades-long barriers women and other marginalized groups are facing. I could provide more examples of our work with different financial institutions in the room today. I want to acknowledge that today is really about celebrating all of you, the financial institutions, that are shining beacons in the sector. You're all doing the important work to ensure that we advance women's economic empowerment. This platform offers us a chance to learn from one another and to share insights that we can adopt in our own financial institutions. As I conclude today, I'm looking forward to hearing what the financial institutions, all of you here today, are doing to develop women-tailored financial services, to enact gender equality rules in the workplace, to hold businesses accountable for gender disparity, to raise awareness of gender disparities, and to provide education opportunities. We know these strategies work when we have them in place. I think we heard the example from Mr. Moya from BRAC. We know that they can help the Uganda financial sector overcome gender stereotypes. So today, I'm really excited and looking forward to hearing about your successes in making women equal financial partners in Uganda's future. Last but certainly not least, as Uganda continues to accelerate its economic growth and women business owners continue to lead the way, we, the United States government, we are committed to doubling down our efforts to engage traditional and non-traditional partners across all sectors, including financial institutions, private sector, government, civil society, to develop meaningful and intentional partnerships with the hope that we can continuously innovate and fine-tune our tools, our products offering, to ensure that they meet the needs of this so important segment of the business community today and in the future. That we have fine-tuned tools that ensure that we are building an inclusive ecosystem that allows all of us, and in particular women entrepreneurs, to thrive and to contribute to a stronger, a healthier, and a prosperous and secure Uganda. We welcome, USAID welcomes the opportunity to work with you, to partner with you, and to collaborate with all of you. We also, most importantly, we welcome your feedback. Because I can talk about all these successes. Again, your lived experience might be that, yeah. That's an exciting tool, except guess what? When I showed up, the internet was down. I don't know. We want to hear your feedback because we can't innovate if we don't know what you're experiencing. We want to make sure that our tools meet the needs of the moment, and meet the needs of the future. So share with us what you have, and let's work together to co-create a brighter future for all women here in Uganda. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to Ms. Danielle once again. We'll have a picture moment with a keynote, and I'd like to invite some of our member CEOs who have taken time to join us, who are here with us, the men. Please join this picture. Henry, Shafi, Mark, please join us for this picture. Our guests who are here for the picture, I would like us to have a redo. We have some of our lady CEOs who are here with us. Apologies for that. Mark, please don't go off the stage. Miss Danielle. Anne, please come back to the stage. And let's have a redo of the picture together with an additional CEOs who are here with us this morning. After the picture moment, we'll definitely break off for a short tea break, and then we'll return. Salma, yes?
Hi. Before we break off for coffee, I'd just like to take this opportunity to give a quick vote of thanks to our guest of honor, Danielle. Danielle, that was really inspirational. Your speech touched on not just all the pillars of this initiative, but it has also challenged us to broaden this initiative to the wider sectors for us to achieve gender parity and the full throttle of what this economic empowerment forum requires. We'll have to take you on. I have been pleasantly informed by the Secretariat that we are moving and forging a very close collaboration with yourselves. Clearly, what you're doing directly speaks to what we want to achieve. So we look forward to good collaboration and hopefully formation of a sustainable and long-standing partnership. Thank you so much, Daniela. We truly appreciate your speech and we look forward to many more such collaborative efforts with yourselves. Thank you.
So thank you. I think it's time for a coffee break. One of the pillars is networking, so feel free to whip out the business cards, engage, connect, and then we'll reconvene in 10 to 15. Thank you.
The Women Economic Empowerment Forum 2024 starts in 10 minutes. The Women Economic Empowerment Forum 2024 starts in 5 minutes.
Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving Sometimes there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves. There's no one I can turn to. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on.
Up next is the second panel session, Financing Her Future, Female Entrepreneurship and Barriers to Equitable Funding. This session will be moderated by Pearl Nimsima from BID Capital Partners. next is the second panel session, Financing Her Future, Female Entrepreneurship and Barriers to Equitable Funding. This session will be moderated by Pearl Nimsima from BID Capital Partners.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back from the break. For the people still having some tea, I believe we can move in with our tea and have it together here as we chat through the next session. I think we will be talking about financing her future, female entrepreneurship, and the barriers to equitable financing. Myself, I'm Pearl Nimsima. I work with BID Capital Partners in facilitating access to finance for Ugandan businesses. I will be facilitating a panel of such interesting people, and I will ask Maria to run their introduction so they can come up front. Okay, so I have with me today Patience from Housing Finance Bank. And it will be interesting to hear more about how their bank is innovating to support women or developing products that support women. Please welcome Patience with me. I also have Perez from Outbox, an incubator supporting businesses, but with a strong focus on youth and women. Please welcome Perez with me. And as Perez comes, we will also be having a conversation with Anthea, who is doing a lot of work with FSDU, and they're doing a lot of work in the enabling environment, data and reports, among other things, to facilitate access to information about women and entrepreneurs in general. And finally, we will have an entrepreneur talking to us about their experience. So we will be having Erica joining us as well, who is now currently leading Usha Organic Natural Soap. Some of you might have seen it. And she'll be sharing some insights from her experience as an entrepreneur accessing finance. And like my predecessor, I have a full women on board situation, which is exciting. I will ask the ladies here to just briefly introduce themselves before we dive into the questions. And I think, Patience, you can go first.
Thank you so much, Paul. Good morning. I hope, is it still morning? Oh, it's already afternoon. Good afternoon to you all, and thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Patience Vaenda. I head the products department at Housing Finance Bank. I take charge of our innovation process, how we manage our products that are already on our profile and also how we price them and how we get them to our target customers. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Perez Apio Masinde. I work at Outbox. I'm the Chief Operations Officer. And I would say, in summary, my role is to make sure our venture programs are working. Yes, that's it in summary.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anthea Pailo. I'm the Intervention Manager, Business Environment at Financial Sector Deepening Uganda. It's a pleasure to be here with you all and to share some of the work that we've been doing in the last year.
Good afternoon. My name is Butetsi Bugari, and I'm the founder of Osha Natural Artisan Soaps. We are a soap manufacturing company based in Uganda. We make chemical-free, small batch soaps that we supply to the hospitality industry as well as for retail. We try and make sure that our soaps are eco-friendly. We try and give back to the community. So we're also a very social and impact-driven company, and I'm happy to share what I've learned on my journey so far. I hope it helps. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. As I'm sure you know by now, it's going to be an interesting conversation because we have some big picture representatives and we have an actual entrepreneur walking us through her journey. So I think a good place to start, because we're talking about female entrepreneurship and barriers to equitable financing, would be from the entrepreneur's perspective, yeah? In your experience, what has made access to capital possible for you as a woman entrepreneur?
Okay, thank you for that. I think one of the things that has made access to capital very hard for lots of entrepreneurs is the lack of knowledge or access to information regarding financial literacy. I can give a very quick example for myself. I remember I'd started my business, and one of the things that I realized along the way was that there was a gap in the hospitality sector. A lot of the hotels were importing their amenities. So I thought, maybe let me try and penetrate this market. And also the amenities that were available were not natural. So it seemed like a very good opportunity. I gathered a few hotels, and then lucky enough, I got a call from one of the big hotels. It was obviously the best day of my life. I went, I spoke to them, and then they asked me for this thing that I had never heard about. It was called an EFRIS. So I went back, I quickly asked a kind gentleman who was doing my accounting to make sure that he gets me that EFRIS by the end of the day. He informed me that first of all, it's for businesses that are making a certain amount of money that I wasn't making at the time, but I really needed this hotel, so I told him to do it, and he said, you can apply voluntarily. I said, go ahead. So he gave me the EFRIS, I handed it to the hotel, I got the business, great. Now, I believed if I have this EFRIS, I can go into all these big hotels, give it to them, show them, now I'm one of the big players. I handed out EFRISes like Christmas, I think, that month. And then, you know how you have to pay by the 15th of every month? The 13th or the 12th came, and again, I got my returns. I couldn't believe I didn't understand what it meant. I went and I asked the gentleman, and he said that this is now what I owe in taxes. Firstly, I had never anticipated that. As a young entrepreneur, you hold money and you believe that you have it. All you need is enough money to buy the next batch of ingredients to make the next products to sell. But now I quickly realized that actually I can't afford my business, I can't go forward, and I needed an extra help or push. And this is where the lack of financial literacy comes in. I went into the bank and I spoke to a gentleman asking him, I told him my problems, I really wanted a loan, and he asked me so many questions. He asked, oh, do you have this and that? I think he asked me for my financial statements. Again, I just started trying out my hand. I think this was maybe a year in. I was still operating on my own account, Momo sent to my number. I didn't really have a registered business account. So firstly, there I'm down. Then he asked me if I kept records. I said yes, of course, in an Excel sheet where I record my incomes and my expenses. Obviously, as you know, the financially literate, I left that bank with absolutely no loan and no hopes for a loan in the future. And I think leaving there is when I started to become less of a hopeful entrepreneur and more of a deliberate one. Because now I finally understood the hard way what I needed. Had I had this information in the beginning, then maybe I wouldn't have had to get to this point where I'm desperate, first of all. I'd have kept my records because it's not like I don't have them. It's just that I didn't know how important they were. So the lack of financial literacy is definitely a big one. I think another one that I'll also focus on that has been spoken about a lot is how steep the requirements are to get or be eligible for a loan. We've spoken about collateral. I believe that the employment opportunities are dwindling. Even the ones that are available, the income is very low. So a lot of entrepreneurs now would rather go into business or start their own business, or it's just the more favorable way to go to own your life. Personally, I think I was only employed in a corporate place for a year. And then I tried my hand in business. I had my background, my master's in branding. And I just thought, why build someone else's business when I can try my own? So I launched into that. How many entrepreneurs, now that it's more favorable and you're going into business and you're building your own business, you go from maybe 1 year, it's doing well, second year, you're doing well, 2.5 years, you realize, well, this can grow. This can be my livelihood. I can scale this. You go into the bank and they ask you for collateral. Realistically, how many 30-year-olds and below have collateral? So automatically, you are canceled. You either have to have your business stagnate or you take steps backwards because now your dreams are cut. So the very high necessities necessary to be eligible for a loan, I think that definitely holds us back. And also the lack of financial literacy. I think those are 2 points that I always stand by.
I resonate with what you're sharing because in the transaction advisory work, a lot of times a business comes and they're telling you, oh, I want to raise money. And you tell them, okay, please send me your business plan, your financial statements, your pitch deck. The business is like, a pitch deck? What is that? But I know that there's a lot of great work that people like Outbox are doing. So perhaps Perez could shed some light on some of the strategies there around supporting businesses or even getting women businesses to know that such support is available for them to get them ready to access this finance.
Okay, once again, good afternoon. So with regards to Outbox, one thing I would say is from the start when we are going to run a program, we make sure that from the design phase, it's women-centric. And so you're intentional from the start to make sure that you're actually targeting women. Because if you don't do that, you realize that the initiatives you're running will not attract the women that you want to see. So I'll briefly speak about High Innovator, the one we're running with NSSF and the MasterCard Foundation. So when we put out a call back then in 2021, the assumption was that we have 20K we are giving, we want to get to 500 businesses. It should be simple, right? Entrepreneurs want money. We put out a call, we got about only 28 businesses selected to seed fund. About 3 of them were actually women-led businesses. We said maybe we didn't do the right sectors because at that time we only focused on agriculture and a bit of light manufacturing. So we said, how about we try and expand the sectors we're targeting? So we put out another call, doing the same thing, just different sectors. We said, let's put out a call and see if we shall have more women participating. Mind you, we had a target of 70% of these businesses being women-owned. Put out a call again, we got about 78 businesses, but still, the women participation was a bit low. So we had to go back and redesign and think, what are we doing wrong? At that point, we were working with other entrepreneurship support organizations like Stanbic Incubator, Impact, and the like. And we had to go back to the drawing board and say, what are we not doing right? So we had to invite entrepreneurs that actually run women-owned businesses, also invite other hubs that are actually women-focused, like Mkazipreneurs, Zimba Women, hear from them and they tell us, what are we not doing right? Looking at our current call, our criteria, why is it not attracting women? So fast forward, we've run, I think, about 4 women accelerators. From our portfolio of over 400 businesses, I can proudly say that 60% of that portfolio is women-owned businesses. So what we did differently was, one, when you're entering High Innovator, the first point of entry is that you have to undertake the business foundational course. The way the course was structured at the start, it was very general. There was nothing about women, or there was no data mainstreaming done on that course. So we had to go back and make sure it aligns and it's inclusive. So tweaking the courses and adding a few things like, for example, work-life balance, how do you work with men in the workspace, and things like that, was one of the gateways we used to actually attract women into our program. Yes, then the other thing I would say that we did was make sure that the criteria we put out when we're inviting women is favorable to them, right? So before we were very focused on saying we want a particular sector to join our cohorts, and we realized that women are doing almost everything, because a lot of times the businesses they're running are for lifestyle. You're trying to survive just to feed your home and see how the next year looks like. So we would make sure, or we were intentional about making sure that when you put out women accelerator calls, they are sector agnostic. Any sector can come and apply. Yeah, I think that is it in summary.
Thanks, Perez. I'd like to now ask Patience, because one of the challenges she mentioned was just a high requirement for being able to access finance from the bank. From your experience, how are you innovating around this to ensure women still access the finance they need in order to facilitate growth in their businesses?
Thank you so much. Thank you, and thank you so much for sharing. That is your typical struggle of an entrepreneur, and worse still for a woman. And for the banks, they too have been on a journey. We didn't know how different the needs of a woman are until we started actually speaking to women specifically, to women business owners, to the ones that are just starting up. The needs vary. And one thing that every person in product development or innovation will testify to is that there's no one size that will fit all. At no point will we say we've gotten it. And indeed, banks are in the risk management business, so they will always see risk first. And the entrepreneur many times is not really focused on the risk. They see their dream, they want their dream to come true, and the bank should join them on that journey to make the dream come true. So I would say for us as Housing Finance Bank, why we have been able to make some leaps in this space is partnerships. On our own, we would still be asking for so many things. I'll give you a typical example around housing. We know that that's a need that's very close to every woman's heart. And for many women, like the previous speakers have spoken, the collateral issue, the ownership of land, they actually will not own land, they will not inherit land from their parents, so they would never access your typical mortgage facilities. And we did go and really speak, one, to the Ugandan that usually wouldn't be included in the normal mortgage offering, but also to the women who cannot even access estate rights from, whether they've inherited or they've bought land. Sometimes still they have to put their husband's name on that to be able to get the titles. And we were able to innovate around that and offer a solution, one that will promote women who have not titled their land to help them along proper ownership of their land. But also, if you do not have it, we can walk that journey with you. You don't have to have a title before you can start owning a home. So we did come up with a product we call incremental housing loan and had special rates for women. But still, even when we did that, we saw the resistance was still there. And we thought, yeah, this should work. The resistance was still there. We had to go back and say, what is the issue? Now, the men had not been included. And they felt that women were coming to overtake them, essentially, throw them out of homes and things like that. And we had to bring the men into that equation as well for that product to actually work. But also for us to reach all the women wanted to reach. As a bank that doesn't have the biggest footprint, who else can help us reach those women? Then we went into wholesale lending to the microfinance institutions to reach the women that we could not reach. So for us, it has really been a partnership journey, partnership with accelerators to be able to grow the entrepreneur to a place where the bank is at a better position to support them. Partnership with funders that will help us lower the rate of lending so that it's more affordable. Partnerships along the financial literacy that she spoke to. We may have the knowledge, we may not be the best teachers. So who can help us teach and pass on that information the way it needs to reach the entrepreneur and walk that journey? We have also learned that financial literacy is not, it's not really a class that one can pass and say, I am now literate. There's a lot that changes, and the banks have to continuously innovate with their clients as they grow along that journey. So to summarize it, I would say for us it has had to be partnerships. Everyone has something they bring to the table. We have the fintechs that will bring us the accessibility we couldn't, where we should be able to bring you solutions on your phone, bring you this financial literacy on your phone. If we try to bring it to you as a bank, it may take us 2 years. But there's a fintech that's already doing it, and we can partner and get it to you earlier. So I would say, really, in a word, it is partnerships. And we need more of them. And I think that's the way we can actually be impactful. Thank you.
Thank you, Patience. We've had the story from the side of the entrepreneur. We've had the story from the side of the incubator that is facilitating. We've had the story from the side of the bank. And it would be interesting to get some big picture perspective as well from people in the enabling environment like FSDU. So for you, Anthea, what are some of the trends you're seeing in terms of access to finance for women? And what are some credible data sources that people can reference in order to better understand what's happening in this space and how they can support women better?
Sure. Thank you so much. Great questions there, and thank you for the contributions, the panelists. Maybe just briefly, for those of you who might not know, Financial Sector Deepening Uganda is a not-for-profit, and we call ourselves a think and do tank. We produce research, but importantly, we try to implement. We pilot, we test our products and services to try and increase financial inclusion or access to financial services for marginalized populations, including women, PWDs, and refugees. And so a great portion of our work is really about research, trying to understand what the key challenges are in the market, how we can actively solve for those solutions. We test the solutions. Why isn't it working? And so I'm really grateful to learn that the financial service providers in the market are actively doing this kind of research as well. They've realized that there are certain challenges. We're not reaching women the way we'd want to. We're not reaching female entrepreneurs. How can we solve for that? So some of the work that we do, I'm sure some of you may have seen the FinScope 2023. We provided support to the regulators in the space to do a demand-side survey in which we try to understand how do people behave around money, how do people access their financial services. And this is a really good tool, not just for the regulators themselves, but for financial service providers to understand what is happening. I'm sure that you're able to do a lot of research within your banking circles, but if you want a nationwide representative study to understand how do women access services, this is one of the best sources. It's available on our website and as well on Bank of Uganda website. But some of the emerging trends that we see, for instance, we saw the earlier FinScope, the previous FinScope was done in 2018, and we saw that the gap had actually reduced. It was about 2%, which was fantastic. We're doing really well. And then when you come to 2023, you find that the gap has actually widened. By some measures, it even increased to up to 12%. We need to question that. Why is it increasing? We are doing so well. There are people who are introducing more services and products. Is there something that is quite wrong? And then you go into the deeper details. We have such detailed research. We have details on regions. What is happening per region? Are there certain regions that have more access than others? Are there certain regions that are improving more than others? We go to youth. There's been a large expanse, a large growth in the youth segment. Is that what is pushing the segments up? Amongst the youth, what do we look at women in terms of men? Who actually has access? Do married people have more access than men? Do married men have more access? What kind of jobs are they doing? What level of education are they doing? Does that have an influence on how they access financial services? So having this kind of detailed, comprehensive information is very important if you want to understand how to reach your customers, if you're a financial service provider. If you find out that, for instance, we have done quite a bit of research right now in Busoga because of some funding that we've received, and you realize that it's quite skewed in terms of access in cell phone services. You find that actually very few people have access to cell phones. Very few people have access to the branches that you'd want to reach. Most people access their services through SACCOs and VSLAs. What does this mean? How are we able to reach these people in such a manner that they have equitable access to financial services, or at least the opportunity to be able to save, to be able to borrow, to be able to even get insurance products? So we have this wide range of research. We also have very recently done a gender norms research. So what FSD Uganda does is a more comprehensive way of tackling some of these financial service challenges. We look at the supply side. What kind of products are in the market? Are there ways in which we can help support the creation of innovative products? On the demand side, how are people accessing these services? Are they too far? Are they too close? Are they not appropriate? Are they too expensive? What can we do about it? On the regulator side, do the regulators understand the kind of how people are accessing their services, the challenges they're facing? Do they have the sex disaggregated data to be able to understand the differences? And I've found that a lot of people, when they talk about sex disaggregated data, they feel, at least for the men, they often feel like they're being left behind. But I always remind them that if the data is sex disaggregated, we are better able to understand the needs of the men as well. You need to know that someone is a man and what their occupation is and all of this to be able to meet their needs. So we do a kind of ecosystem approach. And back to the gender norm study. From the gender norm study, we found that there are a lot of certain norms and attitudes that can affect access to services. Norms and attitudes that are believed not only by the population, by regulators, but by the financial service providers, service support functions such as the CRBs that impact. I'm going to do just a quick, if you could indulge me. We tested for 6 really gender norms, and I want to just test them to see whether we have the same results before I can share with you. Do you believe, not you yourself, but do you think that society believes that women should not have financial privacy? If by show of hands, who do you think that the society believes that women should not have financial privacy? 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Okay, I can see a lot more hands. I'm going to say roughly 10. The second one we tested is that women should invest their earnings within the household and not the business. What do you think does the society believe that? I'm hearing a number of yeses in the room. A third one, women should seek approval from their husbands for financial decisions. Yes, I'm hearing yes. The fourth one, women should not own land. That is a bit low, and you're actually reflecting what we found in the study. We found interestingly, and we've heard in the room earlier today, that collateral is an issue, and it still is an issue. Land is an issue, but interestingly, the norm which came out very strongly, and which perhaps has such an important impact on how people access financial services, is that women should not have financial privacy. Clear, across the board, everyone thought women should not have financial privacy. What does that mean? If you actually do want to have certain financial services, you might not go to the bank. You might find it easier to go to a VSLA because then you can say the money is with the VSLA. If you're with a bank, you'll have to produce a PIN, you'll have to produce a bank statement which is clearly accessible. That impacts how women access financial services. So there's such important findings and studies that we can collaborate on to help you dig into how you can meet service needs. That study, by the way, is on the website if you'd like to access it.
Thank you, Anthea. I'd like to stick with you a bit. So from my perspective as a transaction advisor and from someone facilitating access to finance, I've seen a lot of growing interest in investors investing in women-led businesses. So some of the most popular words in the past year have been gender lens investing, 2X criteria, things like that. From your perspective, because I think you have a unique view of the enabling environment as a whole, what do you see as the response of the enabling environment to facilitate these investments, even on top of the existing investor interest?
Thanks for that. From what we're seeing, there's a lot of interest. I'll start with one. Financial service providers are starting to respond, but what we have noticed is some financial service providers are doing what we call pink washing. You'll market your products to the women, your insurance products to the women, and it will look like a product that is suitable for women, but you have not done enough research into it to actually see whether it's suitable for women. You not have considered what is the median wage of a woman to ensure that she can actually afford the loan. You'll not be able to, you have not done research on what kind of businesses that she's going to be able to set up. You have not done enough research on their kind of needs and evolving needs. You have not done research on what kind of assets that they have. We also found from the study that a lot of women actually do have assets. They might not, again, because of the financial privacy situation, they might not register it in their names. They'll put it in their brothers' names, they'll have assets, and I'm happy to hear that in housing finance, at least, they've recognized that and they're trying to find ways around that. We've also seen that we had an interesting example where someone said, a young man from Busoga region, and he was telling us how sometimes he has a lot of chicken in his neighbor. He doesn't know where those chicken have come, but he sees the chicken in his compound. The next morning, very early, those chicken have disappeared. And he's quickly come to realize that it's the neighbor's chicken. But when the neighbor doesn't want the husband to know that she has extra chicken, she'll keep them in the neighbor's compound. But they disappear early in the morning. So understanding some of those nuances. And then you're very right about having a gender lens, but you have to recognize that there are certain structural issues in providing funding. We have a deal flow facility at FSD Uganda that tries to provide support, and it's a matchmaking facility for investors and investees. And our starting range, this was mostly for medium-sized enterprises, so almost established. The turnover for the companies to apply was about 500,000. But we also quickly realized that while for men that might be possible, it might not be possible for a lot of women-owned enterprises. For a lot of reasons, limited ability to reinvest your money into your business, limited ability to grow your funds. So we had to reduce it to half, to 250,000. It is still not quite doing the job, but that is to explain that there are certain other structural issues. Someone talked about credit history. A lot of women don't have credit history. A lot of women are borrowing in VSLAs, which are not digitized. That is where their safe spot is. So their information is not well shared. We know that, fortunately, the Bank of Uganda released Credit Reference Bureau regulations that enables collection of data from Tier 4 sector, which includes SACCO and VSLAs. That is just starting, and we'll be providing support to the Bank of Uganda and the Credit Reference Bureaus Association to set up a central data hub, which is essentially meant to collect all of this data from all these sectors, so that ideally women should be able to use even their alternative data to be able to create a credit history that would enable them to access loans. So what the answer to your question is that there are a lot more structural issues. It's easy to say a gender lens, it's easy to set a percentage or a target that we need to reach 60% women. But if you don't tackle or have an understanding of all these different issues, the lack of credit history, the lack of a central data hub, the lack of the affordability of women, whether they even have a phone in their own name, whether they have, if you don't tackle each and every one of these issues in one way or the other, we end up in the same place with less women having access to financing.
Thank you. I'd like to hand it back to Erica now. We've heard a lot about what's happening with the incubator, what's happening at the bank, and what's happening in the enabling environment. It would be good to hear from you what, if any, additional recommendations you have for policymakers and lenders as they think about facilitating access to finance for a woman entrepreneur. What are those things you think they should prioritize?
Thank you, and thank you to everyone. That was very insightful information and good to think about as an entrepreneur. I think something else that I would add is that it would be good if lenders and policymakers could just have a very rich database of information that's easily accessible. As it was mentioned earlier, financial literacy doesn't end. So everything that we've learned today, we can go back, collect our papers, put our books together, have everything according to what was said today, and then maybe we're ready in 3 or 4 months and the policies change. That means we have to go all the way back and start again. That means you have to go back into the banks, back to the lenders, back to the policymakers, and try and find out what else it is. That time to go back and find out is so time-consuming. Right now, there's a lot of information that's probably available on the internet. If there was a portal or very easily accessible database that we could go back to and have a step-by-step checklist, we can go and see. Once you've managed to collect all your information, all your data, just go back and make sure that it's in line before you get disappointed applying again, and maybe the policy from this month is different to the last. So I think a very dense database that's easily accessible. I also think that lenders and policymakers can make it a little bit more flexible when it comes to collateral or lending. Businesses that maybe fall into different categories can have waivers. So I've mentioned how we try to be socially impactful. One of the things that we do is we try and be eco-friendly and rid ourselves of one-use plastic. That means that we're doing a refill policy and trying to help with the environmental sustainability. We're also very in tune with community initiatives, trying to give back to the women, giving them soap so that they can bathe their children, wash their utensils, increase the hygiene, and also buy locally sourced products, so support Boo-Boo. So within those 3 facets or aspects that we're supporting the economy, we should at least have a waiver or like some sort of flexible waiver or credit lending flexibility so that once we hit that criteria, it's easier for us to make money, or maybe they can base the lending on the profitability of the business as opposed to the collateral. Because if you can see that the business is going somewhere or being positively impactful or helping the economy, then maybe that could be more profitable than them getting collateral and putting it against their business.
Thanks. The good news is there are some impact-focused investors who could facilitate some of that access. And I like that I'm seeing a little bit more of those in the space, even as we are seeing some more return-focused investors coming up. Some are actually impact-focused and could be a good place for you as a business to benefit from. Would like to get some questions from the audience as well. If you have any question for any of the members here on the panel, whether for the business or for the bankers or for enabling environment leads like FSD. But before that, I would like to let Patience respond to some of the ideas that Eric has presented.
Thank you so much. I wanted to respond to what you have just raised, that indeed, like we said, the reason why the banks ask for all these requirements, and especially collateral, is on the risk. And banks are pursuing de-risking partnerships as well, to get us to that point where someone will come in and say, I will guarantee up to 80% of these loans, so you don't need to take collateral from these young businesses. And sustainability agendas and ESG agendas have helped in that space, where you see either a funder is going towards a particular sector, but especially for women, and saying whether they're women or youth, we know the risks around the startups, let us de-risk them so that we give them a chance to actually grow without these obstacles in their way and access funding. So indeed, yes, that's one area that I know Housing Finance Bank and other banks are pursuing, and we already have brought on some de-risking partners, especially when it came to like digital solutions, just to make sure that we are not stifling our own innovation, stuck in the risk box. So those partnerships are coming through, and indeed we should see easing of these requirements on collateral. I also wanted to mention that we have seen a lot of support for the very small, the micro businesses, and we find that the one that has grown a little seems to be left out of that equation. A lot of attention has been given to the really micro, the self-employed woman that we are really trying to grow them into, they were excluded before. But then we find the one that has since started on this journey is the one that we have now neglected. And so you will see us coming strongly into that space to understand the journey that entrepreneur has been on. The business is a little mature now. What else can the bank offer to such a business? So we are on a journey of learning, and our partners who are really helping us, data, I would say, is what will transform us. And indeed, if the businesses, if the entrepreneurs capturing of records and record keeping is improving, then the banks will also improve in how they solution. When we try to figure it out based on our minimal research, like you mentioned, a lot of things are in people's thoughts and minds, and we don't have a proper database to refer to. We don't have proper mapped out customer journeys that we can go back to. If we improve the access to data, like she has mentioned, and the quality of data that we can pick up from our entrepreneurs, it will make it also easier for the banks to understand and develop the right solutions along the way. Like I said, the solutions will change as the business matures. And therefore, what the bank would offer you on day 90 should not be the same terms and conditions when you're now a one-year-old business. Yeah? So I just wanted to emphasize what she was saying and say, yes, we are on that journey with you. Thank you.
All right. We'll have some questions from the audience as well. I see there's a question over here and one in that corner as well. So maybe we can take some questions and then do the responses.
Yeah, Goretti from the Institute of Banking. Erica, I want to congratulate you for starting Edge, an interesting one at that. Do you have a network of young entrepreneurs? Are you organized? Be willing to pay for financial literacy?
Yes, I do have a network of young female entrepreneurs. I think that has helped me carry along with the business. We usually give each other information. If there's someone we can speak to, we try to organize for them to come and lend us some more information. I believe they would, and we would definitely be willing to pay for financial literacy. But I also think it would be a lot easier if it was free and easily accessible. That means more people would have access to it other than just my group of entrepreneurs, female entrepreneurs.
Thank you so much. Mine goes to the bankers. I am very much impressed to learn that we are all in the journey to learn. And you raise a very good concern in regards to the risk. And of course, to me, I imagine that if we are talking about the risk and we are talking about the businesses, where we are having over 51% of the population that is women, so I think we lose out the business case. If we really want to talk about risk and we tie it with what somebody from FSD has said in terms of data, when we look at the data and we look at the number of men, if you look at your loan portfolio, how many of the men are actually defaulting versus the number of women who are defaulting? So I think the risk would be the men and not necessarily the women, in my own opinion. However, my question to you is about women with disability. I know they contribute a certain proportion of the women who are left behind. I just wanted to know from you, do we have specific strategies as a bank to deliberately target women with disability? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The panel, thank you for that brilliant discussion. My question goes to FSD, and my concern is around the extent to which you have gone to create or adopt a gender intentional policy around MSME finance. I feel that some of the discussions that you have are more closed in at a smaller scale, but we would like to see more deliberate action across the banking industry. How well are you approaching all the critical players in the banking industry, not just one financial partner who has approached you? Can we see a more deliberate act to collaborate across the industry so that we can gain scale? Thank you.
Okay, the microphone's not very friendly to me. Thank you so much for the question. First, you mentioned that the men are probably the risk. True, but also the women have not yet become 100% risk-free. I also want to mention that in many times when we say women-led businesses, we have men in there as well. And we have found that when we do some of these, we find that sometimes the women-led businesses, the women have just been put there to access some of the solutions that the banks are offering. So it has also been one area we have had to go back and redefine what a woman-led business is. They're actually men that are fronting women as the owners so that they can access some of the good services that we have developed for women. Now, it is true that where we have an actual, and I think the previous panel mentioned that indeed the loans that have been given to women, especially women in groups, and we have seen that in Housing Finance Bank. We did venture into the microfinance space last year, and we can see that the women group loans, whether it is for business or it's for construction, those loans will do well. But it is not yet a space that banks can say is risk-free. But what I know for sure is women are less deliberate at default. They default when it is really out of their, what is the right, control, while the men can deliberately beat the system. So it is a journey we'll continue to walk. But when you speak about particular solutions for women with disability, that is an area that Housing Finance Bank has gotten into in 2024. We have partnered for a start for us to learn with one project that supports women and men that have eyesight issues, Some are blind, some have just difficulty seeing, and they take part in a lot of art projects. So the bank partnered with them to be able to extend joint services, and we do some projects together, especially alongside our social impact. But what we know is whether someone has a disability or not, they have a source of income that the bank can come in to help them improve. And now that is an area that we want to progress into. We have not yet gotten it right. We believe in doing the research, doing the homework, and making sure we get it right. So we started on the journey. We are not where we need to be yet. And once we have lending solutions that speak to the specific needs of women with disability, we'll be happy to roll those out. For now, I would say we don't have specific lending solutions, but we do have other financial services, including the financial literacy, which we think is where we need to start so that the woman can access credit, right? So that's the journey we started on first, and then we'll get into the lending solutions. Thank you.
I didn't get your name, but thank you for that question, for giving me the opportunity to share some of the work, the additional work that we're doing. We're doing a lot of work. One of the key areas of work we're doing, we have something that's called an MSE Recovery Fund. It's a fund that is supported by the MasterCard Foundation, and our target is the end goal is to ensure that we have 150,000 sustainable jobs. And that has meant, the way we're doing it is by extending microloans, mostly to women and youth across the country, although we are focusing on SACCOs and women in SACCOs and VSLAs, because that's where they access their financial services. So the institutions we're working with are 22 at the moment, although we have a target of 25. We have a pool of 22 million, of which we have disbursed 17.6 million in loans. These are 17.6 million to over 10,000 participants, 72% of which are women. And our target is youth. So we do a lot of extensive work. That is on the demand side. On the supply side, we've participated with a lot of the regulators and industry associations, many of whom are in the room. For instance, Uganda Bankers Association, we know they've set up the agent banking company, which FSDU was a part of. So there are a lot of work we're doing. We're not always at the forefront, but we do try to ensure that we do an ecosystem approach. That being said, we are welcome to hear if you have an innovative product or innovative service that you're developing that will help us to reach our target market, meaning low-income individuals, agricultural smallholder farmers, women. We are happy to listen to you to help you to either pilot it or test it. Our goal is not to provide everlasting support. It is to enable you to be able to showcase, to be able to pilot, to be able to attract funding. And so if that is something that you're interested in, please do approach us and share your idea. I don't want it to seem like we are targeting only particular people, but we would be very interested to listen to what you're saying. And we do quite an extensive bit of work.
Thank you for the responses. I'd like to take one last question from the audience, if any. There's a question over here, if someone can reach her with the microphone.
Thank you very much. My name is Josephine Amaro from GIZ. I am so impressed with the presentations here. It's my first time attending this, and it's very impressive and encouraging. When I listen to all the deliberations, we are looking at how to empower a woman. And more focus is going to a woman that is at a very critical level, say in the village settings or within, that is deliberately stated to be not financially stable. But I think there is this category of a woman in the working class. Most or a majority of us could be employed. And for those that have taken an opportunity to get a loan, they are struggling to pay that loan, what we call a salary loan. And could be the loan is for 3 to 5 years. This woman has not any other collateral to use to get any additional facility. What product can you design for them? Majority here from the banking sector. What other product can you design to get these women empowered? They are actually struggling, and yet the little income they are left with is not sufficient. When we talk about women and youth, a colleague who mentioned about disability, I would want to add my voice to that. Persons with disability are struggling. There are those that are youth. There is a platform I joined of recent, PDW Opportunities, supported by Light for the World. What product can we design for these youths with disability? They have the potential inside them. What deliberate action can we cook up in this house and reach them out? I am sure if we started it small, we shall be able to grow. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I'm quite sure it may not be answered exhaustively, but as the people who have spoken before have mentioned, I think it's an important consideration for the ongoing conversations that are happening as facilitated by this platform. But I would like to give an opportunity for if you have any reactions or responses to her concern. I think most likely Anthea or Patience.
Sure. Thank you for that question. And I'm excited to answer it as well, because those are the issues that we are currently looking at. You've seen from the previous discussions, people saying women are better payers. If you're a better payer, you have a stable income, you should be having a better interest rate or a better position. You should not be paying the same interest rate that a poor payer or someone with a history of bad debt is paying. Those are some of the issues that we are considering. So when you talk about the woman even in a bank, she has a stable job, but still finds it very difficult to be able to repay her loan. Those are the same issues we're thinking about. If you're a good payer, if you have a good history, you pay back your loan, you should not be having to pay at an, I don't want to say exorbitant, at a higher interest rate than someone who is most likely to default or who has defaulted. And so one of the things that we're doing is we're running 2 pilots with 2 financial institutions to tell them, you have this history of this pair. This person has been banking with you for so many years. You know their history. If you are to use alternative credit, if you're to run the algorithms based on their history, isn't it possible that they could be able to get a better interest rate? And also one of the key things we're finding from that study is that you find that this woman will borrow from the bank, she'll borrow from a SACCO, she'll borrow from 3 other places, and she's still paying them back. But if the bank, who is their home bank, were to reduce their interest rate, they would earn more money from the 3 other loans she's getting from the other players. But because they are sticking to one, they're not using additional information to provide you with a preferred or a preferential interest rate, that is not happening. So we're beginning to have those discussions. We're trying to have this pilot such that we can demonstrate that there are other ways in which you can guarantee the safety or manage the risk of the payers, of the borrowers, such that you find that good borrowers are able to, and good repairs can benefit from that. So those are ongoing discussions. Of course, there's a discussion of the actual income levels of the women and how to support them to improve their businesses and access to loans. Those are all ongoing discussions. But we welcome questions like this because they allow us to think further and to think better about how we can implement or support the ecosystem to increase better access.
Thank you so much. Just to add on to that, when we get into the product development, we will then ask the question, why the struggle and the need for the extra credit? Is it the increased responsibility? Is it that we are investing in businesses as women who are in the banking industry? Let's say I'm at work and I want to also start a business. Is that why I need the extra credit? So the reason for the credit is what will help us figure out the right solutions. So far, those are the two spaces we know that the women have required that extra credit for. One, I'm paying my loans really well, but my responsibilities and needs are growing. So this is no longer enough credit for me, but my source of income has not increased. Secondly, I may have this source of income. I'm trying to start a second source. I've started a side hustle or something like that. How do you support me to grow that business while I am employed and I have this salary loan? Now, those are the spaces we've been innovating around. What is the right solution for your side hustle as a salaried woman? What is the right solution for you? Because also, one of the things about responsible lending, that we should not lend to you to strangle you, essentially. So if the loans are getting harder to pay, if we extend further credit, we are making things worse for you. So why is it getting harder? Should we be then discussing the financial literacy? Are there other services we should be bringing to you? Is there more learning that we need to do? Should we teach you better financial management? Is that the problem? So it really, I would not say a blanket, we have a solution. The solution will be based on what is the issue. For now, I can tell you, we are innovating in those two spaces. If I'm a woman that is at work, many of us will have started a side hustle. It will not be registered anywhere. It's probably in my bag or in my car boot. How does the bank help me with that side hustle? We are thinking around those areas. Secondly, I started out as, I've come out of university, I have a job. It's just me and my one-room rental. My family has since grown, my responsibilities have grown. My income may not have grown. But you, like she said, you have my credit history. You know I pay back my loans, but I need extra credit. Those are the two areas we have so far been able to innovate. But like I keep saying, the innovation journey doesn't stop. So once we have these conversations, and if we have the right data, it will help us come up with the right solutions. We know that these are the things that have moved many people towards either a money lender, where you're borrowing at the worst rates and it's getting worse. And the banks are trying to make sure you're not squeezed to the point of going after a money lender. So we'll continue to innovate, and ideas will only get better when our data is better, when we have more reliable data to use for innovation, but also that the answers are with you. If we know the problem and we can create the solution together, then we get it right, and it's not making payment of loans a bigger burden than it needs to be. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the people that have asked the questions and for the panelists for such rich discussions. I think we are coming almost to a close of this discussion, but I would like to hear more from Perez, because we've had a lot from the banking side and had a lot from the enabling environment side. For the women entrepreneurs that are thinking about actually accessing capital, what opportunities do you foresee from the incubator that they can take note of or they can utilize in order to access finance for growing their businesses?
Okay, so on the side of Outbox, I would say currently, like I mentioned, we're running the High Innovator Initiative, which is still giving out $20,000 per business, and there will be a call launching soon. She also mentioned an issue around financial literacy. If you come to the High Innovator Academy website, there's a course on financial literacy that's open and free for everyone. It was designed by the NSSF team, because they realized that just to get people to save, it was a struggle, and yet they are saving for their own benefit. We are also going to be running an initiative known as 10X, or we already launched, but we are still in the inception phase. And this initiative aims to explore alternative lending solutions for devices for small and growing businesses to see how to. So first of all, we're going to give out digital devices, and we're trying to see if when you give a business a device, for example, a laptop, a tablet, or a laptop, how does that help a business to improve its operational efficiencies and also help them access finance? Because at this point in time, you realize that they'll now be better at maybe keeping records and things like that. So the products we'll design will be with financial service providers that will be willing to co-design with us the kind of products we want to see based on the needs we would have seen from the market. So we'll start by doing a study to understand what's in the market, what do entrepreneurs actually want, what will suit them, and then we shall then go ahead and work with ESOs and financial service providers to co-create products that would actually be used by the entrepreneurs. Yeah.
Thank you. I think we are coming to a close, and there have been some interesting discussions here, especially highlighting the fact that finance is available for women, banks are innovating, alternative finance providers are innovating, and so there's a lot more opportunity for women than there was before. There's still a lot more that can be done, but I think it's good to appreciate the progress we've made so far, and especially because there are people not only helping the finance providers innovate, but also helping the businesses understand the space better and access the finance better. I hope that some of the insights will be helpful for you as you plan in your different organizations in how you can continue to facilitate access to finance for women entrepreneurs. I think that's it for now. We can continue the conversations in the breakout sessions, over lunch as we network. But allow me to, or could you give a great hand clap to these people for the insights they've shared from their experience. Thank you. I think I can give it back to David. Or we'll start with the photo and then we can hand it back over. Thank you very much.
Up next is the delegate discussion moderated by Damali Muchibi, Director, Capital Survey.
Good morning. I wanted to see who's alert. Okay, before we go into the last session, I think we need to stretch a bit. I'd like to invite Mary to give us an energizer. Don't worry, the next session is really short.
And the next entrepreneur. Thank you very much, Damali. Good afternoon to all of us, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we're well. Can we stand up? These days they call it show up. Can we show up? You know, in every environment you have to make sure you show up. And what does that mean to the ladies? That is what has been spoken about, the boardroom. You need to make sure your presence is recognized. So can we show up? And we said, we will do it. So even when I can't give an energizer, I have to find something to forge around. So can we try to write our names in space? Hey, hey, hey. Aha. Now I'm going to look, this is technology, guys. We have to be data-driven. We have to be innovative. Let's be innovative about writing our names in space. I see almost everyone is doing this. Is that the only way? Okay, I'll write my name, and probably you will learn from me. My name is Mary. Very short name. So this is how I'm going to write my name in space and do exercise. This is M, and that is A, and that is R, and Y. Can we do that together? We will use the Christian names. Okay, Damali, we are writing your name. Don't cheat exams. Neither will you fail. I'm sure you'll pass. Okay, we're writing Damali's name as all of us write our names. Please make sure it's an exercise. That means you won't write the M like this, so you write it like that with energy. Boardroom energy. Damali, this is Damali. Boardroom energy. Damali. D. A. Hey. N-A. Damali. L-I and E. I hope that helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Like they mentioned, my name is Damali Muchibi. We can have a seat. Thank you. My name is Damali Muchibi, and I happen to stand in a space where I have been a banker and an entrepreneur. And many times we have different thoughts. So my session this morning is a very short one. A lot of it, we have captured our thoughts. But like one of the panelists said before, we don't want to come year in, year out, session after session, and we're not hearing your thoughts, we are not capturing some of the actions we think we need to take to hear from you. More like a rapporteur, there's someone who's taking all this. If you have any ideas you'd like to share, any recommendations, whether with the session or with the sector, what you think we can do better, this is the time to share them. Given the time, we may not all fully capture everything, but we have a desk there that can capture these ideas. Okay? So I don't know, anyone wants to go first? I might give chance to about 2-3 people, and then everything will capture off record. Recommendations, ideas, what can we do better? David, where's the mic?
Thank you, and thank you, Mary, for having us spell our names, our first names, because it would have been a trick. I think this was, if I may stand up, very productive engagements, and there's one thing that resonated across the entire spectrum of conversations, that which spoke to skilling, learning. I saw my sister Goretti's question was very deliberate on how an entrepreneur would benefit from it. And I think within the this is a WE forum, WE forum, there's an initiative that really places emphasis on the aspect of skilling. Now, Perez spoke about the NSSF having an academy. Tetsi spoke about her pain point as a business person being information. How do we make sure that the NSSF Outbox opens up their content to the beneficiaries within the finance and banking space and the demand side? And perhaps maybe that can be stress tested by the Institute of Banking and Finance, just to make sure that it's fit for purpose. So I think I would just see how, just make a suggestion that we try and progress this. If it needs a further meeting between the NSSF and Goretti's team and certainly Pamela and some entrepreneurs to just give us feedback, we should be here next year reporting that we have a curriculum, we have a cohort that has gone through, and these are the benefits, either for the bankers on one side, but critically, as came up now, for the entrepreneurs. That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I think David has a very important point, guys. We will come here year after year, but what's our takeaway? Even for those of us who attended, what have we gone back and done? It's easy to come, enjoy one another, have a bite or two, and come back next year. What's our footprint on this? And that's how this program started. That's why this space was created. So let's make it a useful space. There was a hand here? Okay.
It wasn't on. Good afternoon. I'm Patricia from UMRA, Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority. And I believe this is our first time to be invited, but I would like to, this is a recommendation. There's so many government programs that are upskilling women. What are we doing as the corporate woman to partner with government and touch the last woman down there? There are so many women who are doing tremendous work. They're educating, they are treating, but they don't come out here. So we need to be deliberate and organic. Let us move away from these boardrooms and actually go down. I was once in the banking sector, but I chose to go microfinance because of the social impact, access to small credit does to these, entrepreneurs that are not known. So maybe in the next forum, we could engage women at the lowest level. We see what they are doing different that is impacting women around their societies and, making their lives better. But as corporate women, we should partner. If you look at the FinScope report that FSDU funded, you can tell that there are so many unbanked women, but they're doing so much. A lady mentioned earlier that women need more credit. But how many of you are in circles? How many of you are in investment clubs? How many of you are in savings groups? And we have done a deliberate move as UMRA to standardize regulation, formalization of these self-help groups. And they are going to come to a level where data is actually available. So as a woman, I was telling my neighbor, how many people have you influenced in your circle that you have moved away from the bottom tier and you have influenced and there's social impact? So as women of we should partner with government, there are programs there, but we should also be deliberate in helping these ladies get into spaces in the ecosystem that are going to cause social impact. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I think that's very key. I know we has an upcoming program where they're going to award those of you who are playing into this space, who are doing what she's talked about. Because the WE program is to empower you to trickle down to the different spaces where you play, okay? Probably that we won't go down to that woman, but like she said, how are we going to ensure we scale this? And I think it's exactly what she's talking about. So Patricia, maybe that gives us a bit of insight into where awards will be directed. Okay, there's a hand there. There was a hand here, sorry. Okay,
Yeah.
Goretti first. Since you have the mic, then we'll
Okay.
come to you.
Thank you so much. Going by Erica's story, is it possible for banks to be intentional and going forward, say, take up 10 or so, a number of young lady entrepreneurs and carry them through, plus or minus collateral, as unintentional for as something that is intentional, and we see what happens next year?
Very good idea. Where are the bankers here with the women's programs? I see Beatrice. Beatrice, Centenary, over there. She was meditating on what she can do. Beatrice, Gladys is saying, are we able, as the We program, to come together, take a risk on some entrepreneurs, and see how they perform? Maybe before I give it to Beatrice, as this program was being curated, one of the challenges or one of the things that came up is that the UBA cannot be competing with with the banks because it doesn't provide funding direct. So it has to be the commercial banks. So part of its mandate is, can we be enablers of the ladies or the banks doing these programs to enable that to the last mile? Okay, and that's why I'm picking on Beatrice, because I know they have these programs. I know DFCU had them to take a risk, and Mary here, I think, was keen that, and we've seen good results. Beatrice, can you take a minute or two to address Gertrude's?
Thank you, Damali, for that engagement, and I'd like to respond to Goretti. That is a good way of thinking about thinking positively into what we can do. But like Damali has said, what has this program or the We done to identify the kind of people we can take on so that we can develop that kind of synergy? And we skew our, maybe my Superwoman program to have a mentoring session that can be able to align with this. I am willing to be able to look at this. The kind of mentoring programs that we have for the other women can be slightly different from what we have from the We forum. If the We forum or the engagement can be able to bring forth a number of people, assign them to the banks, and then we make a deliberate effort to mentor them and also give them some services which are subsidized. So we are winning as a banking industry, and we see how best we can scale that program. It is not in place yet, but we are willing to co-create and make it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Beatrice. And Prim here from Think I was whispering something like that. Patricia, given this is empowering this segment, part of the results, I think like she said, would be to see what, can we get a cohort of these ladies to say this is what we've done, a deliberate action. They go out there and say, this year, after the We Forum, this is what we've done It's documented, it's evidence, and the results are there. So, thank you, Goretti. Okay, maybe one more hand. Oh, she had the floor.
I'm called Namsoya Aisha from BRAC Uganda Bank Limited. Mine is not like a recommendation, but from the initial start of the session, we believe that someone can attend the session this time or previously, and then the next year we have new people on board. So my request would be that if we've discussed certain issues, we had recommendations from the previous discussion when we were launching this, it would be ideal we go through what those recommendations are and we evaluate, did we try to work on those recommendations? If we did not, we see, do we just end on discussing and everything ends in this room, or we are progressing? Because I didn't see it from the initial session, because the previous one I didn't attend, but this one I happened to attend. So it will be very good, we document whatever we have, then in the previous meeting we see how far we've gone. Maybe along the way, before the next session, we can keep on monitoring, are we moving on, so that we have the impact.
Thank you so much. I think that has been noted by the rapporteur. We're taking the feedback. I'll have maybe one more person. Patricia, how much time do we have? It's time up, but I'll have one more person to...
Thank you very much. Mine is on sustainability of this program and how we make the program an applied program. So I know that there is a model of running the WE program and implementing the WE program. But in terms of action and implementation, again, the sorts of actions we've been speaking about, I think we can develop a model of implementation in which we probably have products, maybe coaching and mentoring product, maybe we have business lessons or trainings, financial literacy, the sorts of things that we have been speaking about, and as Anne rightly put it, that this is a talk show. How do we make it a workshop? This is a talk shop. How do we make it a workshop? So if we have the implementation model as well, as much as we do have the model for running the program itself, so the action-based model, so that we see what is in it for us. But sustainability, implying that we don't have to wait for next year for us to come for the third WE program. So along the way, what are we doing with each other to hold each other's hand so that when we come back here, we have actioned a bit and we are probably better, so that it's a going concern. You know, we are in probably this group where we meet maybe every Friday or twice a month, and then there's action happening. I think we can bring it to life and just put it off paper. I'm thinking then it can be applied and it can impact us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. I'm reliably told that UBIF is coming up with all these things. They are cooking. That's the Institute of Bankers. Institute of Banking. And in conjunction with UBA. So let's look out for these. Let's be part of them. This is our own space. Now, before we go to the next session, there's a QR code there. Please scan and share feedback. We can give some of these feedback in there and your recommendations, as well as how you think the session went and what we can do better. I would like to hand over to Patricia, our host for today, who has over the last 2-3 years? Two, hosted this, and among the brain children of this program. Patricia, over to you, and thank you.
Wow, thank you, Damali. Let's give ourselves a round of applause for staying up to this point. And a round of applause to our speakers, those who are still with us, the panelists who are graceful enough to share their experiences and their views about the different aspects that they are supporting or contributing to that speak to women economic empowerment. For us who are still in the room, maybe before I conclude, and just that to emphasize the need for us to be the one to pass, to enable another person here about we. When we launched this program in 2020, last year, 2023, one of the things, or one of the objectives, the intention, was to first raise awareness about the need for us to actually support or empower the woman as a financial sector, as a banking sector. And the starting point for us was start with the women within the financial institutions. Because the anticipation or the goal there is, once we speak about this, assess and see where we are in terms of empowerment of our own, first of all, internally, then the ultimate goal we are looking at is the empowered woman in a financial institution is able to then empower another woman. How do you do that? One, you pick another person within your institution, but most importantly, you add value in terms of the products and the services that are being channeled out through the financial institutions or through your institution. You heard some of our speakers mention, how do you ensure you are in some of these conversations within your boardrooms that actually contribute towards that enabling environment we are looking for? How do you ensure that if they are developing a product, a service, has the woman aspect or perspective been catered for in that? You can only do that if you are aware, you have the appreciation of the need, the why, and you have the confidence to actually walk in and say, but I have not felt the inclusion or the representation of the woman in this discussion that we are having. So for us, it's the education that we continue to have, the awareness. What will that get us to? That will get us to, after we've heard from best practices, that will get us to determine what is it we want to take on as a sector. And when I say a sector, we are talking of endorsement from the regulator, the central bank, and we had the representative from the central bank, Christine, here. We have endorsement from other financial regulators in the sector. But most importantly, we have the endorsement of the leadership of the financial institutions, that this is a standard that we want to adopt. This is a standard we want to embrace as financial institutions. But it will take us creating that intentional conversation within our own institutions. So my call or my belief is that for us who have, especially if you've come for the second forum, the question for us is, when I go back, what am I doing to raise this awareness, to keep this conversation alive? If you have data you're collecting on loans that are being given out to your clients, do you have disaggregated data? Are you able to say out of so many loans that have given out, so much has gone to the woman, so much has gone to the men? If you're opening up bank accounts, are you able to discern and disaggregate some of this information to be gender or sex specific, that this is man, this is woman? Because there's a lot of strength in data. And the data aspect will really contribute. You had, I think Damali mentioned that next year, one of the things we're introducing is a recognition and award. And it's going to have different aspects or components or areas that financial institutions are going to be assessed against. And from there, we'll then have nominations come in, and then we'll do that assessment with a criteria predetermined. And we'll be able to acknowledge, reward, recognize, and most importantly, push the persons or the institutions that have done better or done well to do better, to handhold another person or another institution that is probably at a beginner stage. So for me, it's the call, and for us who are still in the room to this point, is this forum is not just a gathering of minds. We've had speakers here this morning, we've listened to our keynote, but it should be a catalyst, and it will be a catalyst for action, Whether you are a supervised financial institution, an entrepreneur, or a regulator focused on policy, or an investor, you might be an impact investor looking for areas where you'd like to push your investment. There are many opportunities that are available for us in terms of collaboration and partnership, even just ability to share across data. When we come to you, and this is for our members, when we come to you from the Secretariat requesting for specific information, our humble request is that you respond to these requests, because we are building a database of information that will help and inform decisions that our leadership will then take forward. So let's continue to spark these new ideas that will support and get this program well-grounded. Let's strengthen the connections that we already have, even with beyond just the financial institutions, the development partners, as well as other regulated institutions, fintechs, because woman is woman irrespective of the sector, as long as you are within the banking and financial services sector. And I would like to really make a call as I conclude, make a call to all of us. Be the voice for this program. As you return to your institutions, to your organizations, let's carry the same spirit of collaboration. If you've picked something or you remember something that you think would probably enhance this program, feel free to share this and let's, co-create, co-develop some of these initiatives. Let's strengthen this empowerment program, because it's really beyond the moral, it's really beyond just the talk. It is, once we empower the woman, it is an entire nation that we are empowering. And we need to take this and be very, very intentional about it. So on behalf of the leadership of the Uganda Bankers Association and all our partners who have joined us today, allow me to say a very big thank you to you all for, first of all, joining us, but most importantly, staying in and contributing to the discussions. We've taken notes. I have taken notes. We have an official rapporteur who has taken the notes, and we are going to continue to fine-tune this. And I must say, when we come in next year, there are quite a number of changes or updates that we'll be able to share with you at the third forum. We do have sessions that will be planned, and this communication will be passed on to respective institutions, just as we continue to build on ourselves, leadership sessions, mentorship. But feel free. The sector has got so many women who are willing to become mentors, yeah? And one of the things that I always tell the people close to me is, when you want something, be the go-getter and go out and tell them. If you want a mentor and you're seeing the mentor, go up and ask them. I'm sure they will not chase you at that point, yeah? But thank you for your time, and we look forward to seeing you again next year. We do have lunch planned for you, and we hope you enjoy it. I would like to also thank the team, the technical team, the curation team, Mokutano, led by David, who have worked with us to put this event together. And to all our partners, USID, the team that's still here, please pass on our regards to Ms. Danielle when you return. And a luta continua. Yeah?
Hello. Briefly, before we go off, I just want to make one last communication, and I would request Ms. Patricia to stay on stage to help me execute this. Thank you all for joining us for this day's forum. We're glad that you've been able to stay with us till the end. We don't take it for granted. To the different institutions, the panelists that have presented, we are glad that you've given us an opportunity to share your knowledge with us. And to the sponsors, Visa, we're glad to have you as an anchor sponsor, USAID, and NSSF as a partner. I would like to make a small token of appreciation to Miss Danielle, the keynote, and I'll call Miss Leah to help me receive the painting that would like to give to Miss Danielle as the keynote for gracing this forum. So allow me call the artist to just talk about it for a minute, and then we'll hand it over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm called Fatma, Fatish Arts. I own a small company for female graffiti, murals, craft. So today we had a very good discussion, and I've tried to pick up a few symbols, and I came up with the work. Yeah. So, brief introduction to my work. It presents the empowerment of women in financial leadership. It has many symbols because I could not just do one theme. I had to combine all the themes. The woman placing the coin in a bank symbolizes female financial independence and control. The surrounding symbols, like the buildings and the coins, emphasizes the importance of women's active role in the financial sector, promoting gender inclusiveness, services, and leadership that cater to diverse economic needs. And I can talk more of it, but I'm given only 2 minutes. Yeah, but only 1 minute. So I've tried also to actually pull bank and entrepreneurship in the whole work. For the banks, that's the small building that you see there. Yeah, so for it, it reflects the role in facilitating international trade and investment and financial flows. And then the globe, the globe, just as the country, the globe helps us to coordinate. Like, you shouldn't just bank in your own country, because I was sure, like, we had people from Kenya, we had different people around here, so the globe shows that we are all united in one to improve on our financial leadership. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll gladly invite Miss Patricia to hold to the side and hand it over to Miss Leah. So we'll have the two ladies at the back, Miss Patricia on one side and Miss Leah on the other side. Yeah. So after that, I'll take it to make sure that it arrives safely. And then we'll be able to deliver it to her. Thank you so much for staying till this time. Yeah, thank you. One more last, I said that was the last, but this is the last one. There's coupons for lunch, and they'll be given at the door on the exit. Please don't leave them behind. And then one last thing again, please come forward so we can take a picture with the entire team. You know how when we were young, we used to write, "I was there." So this is our old version of "I was there." Please, yeah, let's join the team and we'll take just a picture and we'll wrap it off. Thank you very much. Help me with some ink so that you can sign. Yeah. Okay.
It's okay, you'll sign from down, huh? Fine.